TV lens cannot hear anything. Corporation Council, we could continue with the meeting since we have a stenographer here.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, the meeting is open to the public. The public can participate. I would respectfully request that we give IT another minute or so to see if they could iron that issue out.
Thank you.
Did you say you want me to sing, Corporation Council?
Is on? Thank you, Ryan. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So, in the effort to ensure that a Paterson resident, homegrown Paterson resident, 21-year veteran of the Paterson Police Department, as well as 27-year veteran of the Paterson Police Department, both officers that are being unfairly kept from promotion. And once again, as I forwarded everyone in the email in conversation with Corporation Council, according to our municipal code, on the Friday preceding each regular meeting, the clerk shall prepare the approval of the president of the agenda to ensure the meeting. Such agenda shall include all matters proposed by any member of the council. This ordinance speaks directly to the regular meeting, does not speak to special meetings. Special meetings are primarily utilized for matters and issues of financial importance, emergency items. I never requested that item be put on last week's special meeting agenda. And the fact that you, Council President, once again has made an effort to exclude this item, I am making a motion to bring back the item to introduce the Committee of the Whole to begin the investigation process on the hiring practices as well as the promotion practices within the police department. It is unfair that these individuals continue to come here week after week expecting the council to act appropriately on their behalf, and not just on their behalf, on behalf of the community. The fact that there was over 7 shootings in the between today and yesterday, 2 individuals shot in broad daylight in front of School 21. The fact that we are having this type of activity go on, and this council, as well as the administration, is clearly, blatantly ignoring the facts that there's an issue within the police department is an absurdity. The fact that I'm asking for an investigative body for the council to stand up and do its responsible stand within this purview is very disappointing. So again, I'm asking to have this item, I'm making a motion to have this item added to the agenda today for a vote, and I'm hopeful that we can get a second. So moved.
Council President, Council President,
Council.
Council President. That was a discussion, or that's just so you could make a move?
I made a motion. There's a motion on the floor.
There's no motion.
Oh.
There's no second. Please, you don't have the floor.
Council President.
Please. Corporation Council. Madam Clerk, so if it doesn't get on the agenda because of lack of motion, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Council President.
Can you continue with the agenda? Thank you. 1 second,
Okay.
Councilman. Let's do a couple of items, then
Yeah.
you will have the.
Correct. All right.
Can I get a motion for payments of bill?
So move. Payment of the bills.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Mendez?
Yeah.
Thank you, Council President. Payment of bill, the total amount for payment of bill is $6,786,058.22. Out of that, $3.8 million are from general government for insurance. There's no solid waste on this bill. This bill was discussed on the Finance Committee, and I recommend this bill to be paid.
Reflect, Council President, don't believe I have to reflect the whole total in the bill on the right side. Mendez?
What happened? Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on payments of bill.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for approval of the payment of bills in the amount of $6,786,058.22. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton,
Councilwoman Cotton? No,
Councilman Jackson,
no solid waste.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, to the public, if you live in the city of Paterson and you can't acknowledge that there's dysfunction here, you're delusional. This council basically
Councilman Jackson has the floor, please.
I never comment when anyone else is speaking. First of all, I'm talking about the dysfunction within the city. I wasn't even, the public could clearly see the dysfunction within this council. I don't need to mention that. I'm talking about what's outside. On every street corner, there's graffiti like this was the Bronx in 1988. The crime rate is incredibly high. The double parking, you name it. The rent, this is just absurd. The fact that you have a person who has spent 20 plus years on this police department and they cannot get the city council to support an investigation to see whether or not there was any inappropriate activity. Furthermore, even the conduct within the advice and consent to this council, it is not appropriate. Every item, this is what happens if there's a faction that begins to operate where certain items can be kept off the agenda by what seems to be the misyielding of power by a council president. Every council person is entitled to put an item on the agenda for a vote. If I have the concern of the public and I'm bringing it forward and it's being stifled or muffled, there's an issue there. That's the point of the Faulkner Act. And the fact that this item was placed on a special meeting agenda so it could be done in the dark and people can vote no against it quietly and think that it's going to go away, I'm going to continue to bring it forward. I'm going to continue to bring it forward as we have further dysfunction. And, you know, just in speaking to Councilwoman Ames, I truly do miss you, because after hearing from someone in the audience tonight, I don't want to call anyone's name, hearing that they had the opportunity or was about to be skipped over as well. This is before Lieutenant Griffin. They were going to be skipped over as well, and they was not, because you brought forward the fight, in which I try to carry the same torch, Madam Muhammad. But I don't know, I can't fathom what is the issue, because the fact that we have people that have committed themselves, that have an impeccable record, and you have other people that are being promoted who have committed crimes, who have a number of different infractions on their disciplinary jackets. The fact that you have officers that have committed themselves, raising their families here, and members of this council would not stand up on their behalf, that is absolutely, it's saddening. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no. No.
thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez,
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my payment of bill, The legislation for the committee as a whole, as a lot of you remember, was on the agenda last week for a vote. And the same person, the same councilman that is a sponsor, he removed that from the agenda. Now, if we're gonna have another discussion, the workshop that's coming up, I'm more than happy to see that legislation and have a very extensive discussion. This is the people's house, and we should be open and show what we have and have that discussion. I'm more than happy to have it. So with that being said, this is a regular meeting, but I'm looking forward to see that item on the agenda on the next workshop. Let's discuss and let's be clear on what we have. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I just want to add to that. When we have special meetings, they are televised. So I'm asking everyone to look at the tape. It was live. Go to YouTube in the search engine, put City of Paterson, New Jersey, and you will see exactly what happened. The item was before us and it was removed. We did not remove it, and we questioned why was it being removed so that we can vote upon it. So for me, I don't take sides. I just don't like when things are being said to the community that are not true, and they're making it seem like we're hiding stuff or we're not doing anything. We sat here last week, special meeting, live. So it's not like it was on a workshop where you couldn't see it. Go to the tape. Go to the tape and see. It was live. A special meeting last week, and you will see that the item was removed from the agenda. But I want to say this. The process that we're talking about is a civil service process. So what I did was I sent an email asking pointed questions in regards to the concerns with possibility of promotion overlook or whatever the commentary has been. So I'm really happy that they follow civil service process. And I want to put on record that today a 380 was approved for a lieutenant, a sergeant, and a new officer's class. So what does that mean with the 380 that was approved? A 380 is when people are leaving out of office, they're retiring for whatever reason, then it opens the door for people that are next on the list to be promoted. So what's going to happen, right? And I'm going to go on the record because I probably could do it. Go on the record. You will see that this will cover a certain situation, and you will see it. But once the 380 is approved, which it was, it goes now to the police department, and then the next step is it goes through civil service. So you will hear and see, I would say within a week or two, that you will hear you'll hear a different commentary. So it's about asking pointed questions, knowing civil service rulings in the process, and making sure that we're following the list and what's there. So I'm putting it on the record, a 380 is a recommendation for promotion. MEMS has stated it. You're going to see it as a fact. It will be a fact. And you will come back to the mic and you will say, we stand corrected. And that's what should happen sometimes when we're being yelled at and things are said about us when all the facts are not presented to the community. So once again, Paterson at large and those that are sitting here, a 380 waiver, promotional waiver, was submitted. It was approved today for a lieutenant, a sergeant, and a new officer's class. And you will hear about that soon to come. Hey, officers. My vote on behalf of this budget, yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Good evening, Paterson. Thank you. Those are here, those are watching us live. Again, I don't want to restate what my previous council members mentioned. Last workshop session we had a special arrangement for a special meeting on these special items. That was removed, and I left the meeting. I came back to make sure that I can participate on the meeting because of an emergency. But this item was removed from the agenda. Again, the way it was presented today, it making us look real bad that we are not supporting it. So that's all I can tell you. And with that being said, since we are voting for the bill payment, we don't want bills to be stopped from payment. So my vote is definitely yes to this item.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
I agree with Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Mendez and also Councilman Shuin. But I had to iterate on something that happened in that meeting, and I want to bring it forward because probably a lot of viewers did not watch it, or they wasn't here. Civil service has a process. Government has a process of hiring, has a process of promotion, has a process for everything. Local, county, federal, everything has a process. I always stated that any position in the government that is law enforcement or public safety always require tests, always require lists after that test, and then we need to look the right budget to be able to make the right promotion. What we will do, if we promote everybody, and then we don't have the budget to support them, we're gonna have more officers on the streets. So, you know, and some people wanna create some kind of commotions in anything in government, and sometimes they fishing in an empty tank. They are fishing in an empty tank, where there's nothing to look for, because everything has a process. So saying that, for the payment of the bill, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes for payments of bill, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no,
I
2
don't like to repeat
absences.
stuff,
Payment
so-
of bill in the amount of $6,786,058.22 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Khan?
I just want to say to the community out there, the item that we're talking about was on the agenda. If it was not supposed to be on the special meeting, it could have been requested to be removed from the special meeting and put on the next workshop. As a council person, you don't need to ask the council president to put anything on a workshop. We were all, didn't know what was going on. No one said nothing, why you took it off, request to go back to the workshop. Nobody got to ask anybody to put anything on the workshop. You put it on, you call the secretary, you just call the city clerk. This is the item I want to be put on here. So we don't know what happened, and we did see all the emails, and it's back and forth emails. Council President, Corporation Council answered, but what I found is that if I need something on the agenda, I'm gonna wait for the workshop. I wait for the workshop, and then if it gets passed, it gets passed. If it don't get passed, it don't get passed. That special meeting was televised. And that's how it went. You wanna go to the next workshop? Then let's take it to the next workshop. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Khan. I see a lot of members of our community is here, so we don't want them to wait too long. If we get into, start discussing our items, you don't know how long it's gonna take. So let's take the public portion now, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Council President?
How many speakers do you have, Madam Clerk?
So, Mr. President, we have 23 speakers.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, then we'll call the first speaker.
Very quickly. So, in respecting the process, first of all, just for a point of clarity to the members of the public, last week's special meeting that we're talking about, there was 3 individuals in the room. 3. The individuals that were in question. The individuals who were here steadfast to hear what the results were going to be. And rightfully so, honestly, feeling the temperature of the room, because you have various members of the council always touting you need 5, I had the feeling that this item was going to fail. And if it's going to fail, I want it to fail during a public session. I never requested for this item to be in a special meeting. Again, special meetings are in place for financially prudent items that need to be approved in a hurry, and or legal issues. We went into private session and everyone left. So I requested for the item to be tabled. Councilman Mendez, I'm looking forward to having a discussion in the workshop. What do you want to discuss? We already discussed this item for the last 4 months. What else is there to discuss? Councilman Udine talked about how stupid the item was. This sounds very stupid to me. What sounds very stupid to me is the fact that every time an issue when it comes to the black community comes about, he's not willing to stand on that issue. When the Brook Slope residents was here, again, he didn't want to stand up for that. Now you have people who are being slighted, and we're asking for an investigation, not a witch hunt. If there's nothing wrong, then what else is there to discuss? A committee of the whole is very simple. You poll witnesses, you bring people forward. It's not that difficult. But they're making it sound as if there's something. First, I added to the workshop. It was denied to be on the workshop. I requested for it to be on another regular meeting agenda. Council President pulled it then. We're talking about 4 months already. So, relative to the civil service process, and I'll close this out very quickly, because it's a comedy show here most days. Fishing in an empty fish tank, that's a very good one. Anyway, relative to the civil service process, Councilwoman Ames didn't submit to the civil service process when she fought on behalf of other people in the department that was being skipped over. Councilwoman Ames, when she sat here, she fought diligently to make sure that people were not mistreated. Let's talk about the TO. This is as of the 7th of this month, today being the 14th. So we heard Councilwoman Mims talk about just now there was a 380 that was released. This is the TO in the department as of the beginning of the month. There's one acting chief, therefore the chief has not been made yet. There's a vacant deputy chief, therefore a captain will go up into that captain space. There's currently a vacancy in the captain's rank, so once you vacate that seat for the deputy chief, that's 2 captains. When you vacate the lieutenants into those 2 vacant captain seats, there's now currently 2 vacancies at lieutenant. There will be 4 after that point. At that point, leaving the current vacancy of 2 sergeants at 6. The person in question has been certified more than a month ago. So we've been sitting on 6 vacancies. If you're wondering why you can't get police response, because they're sitting on vacancies. This is not a budgetary issue. You're not talking about hiring new police officers. You're talking about promoting leadership so that in the case of the Felix de Jesus family, when you have a rookie cop on the job for 6 days, being led by another one on the job for 6 months, he has someone in a sergeant's position that has seniority, that has experience, that could make sure things like that don't happen. But there is no oversight, none whatsoever. And it's the same in the fire department as well. We have 5 fire trucks responding to EMS calls. When we see those apparatuses are leaving the garage, wasting gas money, endangering the public. We saw an accident on the corner of Broad and Straight, and still no investigation from that accident. There is little to no oversight from this council. And I'll sit here every night. I'm going to continue to badger. On every single item tonight, I will discuss this item. I'll use my 2 minutes to make sure that the public is clearly informed on this process. And we'll belabor this meeting that way. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
And Councilmember, can we stick it to this agenda on the item, please?
The first speaker is Mr. David B. Gilmore.
Paterson. I rushed down here early to sign up because I didn't want to be waiting all night long to speak and forget what I was going to talk about. Because that happens at a certain age. But I'm glad to be here tonight to recap what was talked about Saturday in New York. I was asked to come to a meeting in New York at the National Action Network, home of Al Sharpton and his group over there, also presiding president of the National Action Network chapter here in Paterson, Jamie Bland. And I was able to speak at the portion where they do take comments from the public. And my concerns at that national venue on streamed live across the nation was about our mayor, Andre Saya, who took or did not respect the finding from the state's attorney general, the highest judicial body in the state, to say that something was wrong in the review of the tape of the shooting in the back of Khalif Cooper, when in fact the Attorney General said in his staff and findings that there was no gun. There may, and again, I'll digress. There may have been a gun, but there was no gun when he was shot. There was a gun found down the street, but by the video capture, there was no gun. He was asked, "Why did you run?" after he shot him in the back. I was scared. I'd be scared too with all this police brutality and stuff going on in this town. There's so many instances of things, people and others being brutalized, you know, and that doesn't say that everybody's bad. We're not saying that. Because who are you going to call when you have a problem if you don't call the police? Hopefully you get a good one. The problem is that we're not being treated equally. There's some problems inherent in the department, not only on the policing, but also administratively, as we've heard tonight. You know, I don't blame the police officers in positions of the union and leadership for sticking up for their guy. Most people stick up for their guy. Some don't. Some don't. But at the end, we have to say the mayor was elected by the people. 1 minute. The mayor was elected by the people to a constituency. He wasn't elected by the police department or most of the police officers that don't live here. He was elected by the people in this community, and his position against the Attorney General is an abomination. So when in fact those folks over there come, because they're scheduled to come to Paterson, they're going to ask for the mayor's resignation. I think, just like he did with Jameek Lowry, with the bath salts and or the situation with the meningitis and this and that, found to be untrue. So here again, there's got to be a level of accountability that goes across the board for everybody included. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr.
E-
Ernest
everyone,
Walker.
Everyone, please be mindful of the time. We have 23 speakers, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Rocker.
All right.
Go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, let me clarify something for this council. A committee of a whole, because it seems like we're not getting it, is a product that this council has to use to investigate. If someone in the department is saying that it's hostile work environment, racism, or whatever, your committee of a whole is the tool that you use to investigate that item. And if you don't use it, you're derelict in duty. You're derelict in duty. But let's get to the mayor. And this has nothing to do with you, Kathleen or Eamon. But I was not shocked at the ridiculous statement our mayor made. This idiot has been doing this constantly. He did it in the McKnight case. After the man got shot, he brings up the man's history. I don't give a damn how much drugs he sold. It doesn't give anybody the right to shoot a person. Right. The mayor made a statement on TV and on print that the cops followed procedures, guidelines, policy. I added a couple words in it so we wouldn't be mistaken about what I'm talking about. Only an idiot would speak up for the police department, and especially in Black History Month, because this shows me this man don't give a damn about black folks. If shooting an unarmed black man in the back and crippling him is caring about our condition, it is not. He's having a Black History Month event. what the hell does he think he's doing? Yes, there's going to be a small crowd of his blacks that's going to show up. I may even show up, because I got a few things I might want to say that passes the 3 minutes. You cannot keep doing this. When it came to Jameek Lowry, what did he say? He had meningitis. What is this? This is Black History Month for a reason. It seems like when things happen in this particular month, it gets a little bit larger in our minds. The cops followed guidelines, shooting an unarmed black man in the back. If that doesn't sound racist, what do? So it's open season on young black men, per the mayor. This gun that they found, no DNA, no fingerprints, nothing to tie this kid to the gun. But the mayor makes an open statement like it's gospel. Listen, we have good cops in this town and we have bad cops. And, and let's talk about the cops for a minute. Our system of hiring a cop, they go through a series of testing, psychological, you name it. But 7 or 8 of the last cops has been indicted by the feds, passed those psychological tests. So how good are they? My point that the mayor needs to shut up, stop talking. This has to stop. And every time he does it in closing, because I'm going to give you a break tonight, Mr. President. In closing, from me to him, if he opens his dumbass mouth again, we're not just going to ask for his resignation, we're going to give him some pain. And what happened? The other day I came in and knocked on the door. They tell me there was a threat against the mayor, but nobody in the building knew about the threat. So was he just protecting himself and damn the rest of the people in City Hall? Maybe that's what you need to do. That form of what did you call it again? A committee of a whole? He let other people stay in this building when he had 5 cops on the 2nd floor protecting him that did not know there was a threat against someone's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Princess Reeves.
Princess
Good
Reeves.
evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Velez. I'm getting ready to speak. Good evening to everyone, and I'd like to say happy Valentine's to all. What I also like to bring to our council's attention, sometimes, and I think I said it before the Christmas holiday, we have to be mindful and respectful of each other, and that's a must. But at the same time, when you have a community of a melting pot here, you can see by the example that's out here right now. So this community should be treated as such. Some of us are given double standards as into housing, fixing, living, how about just breathing? We have to realize what we say and do is very important. We look to you guys as our leadership and expect for you, it's not going to happen overnight to solve the problems, because we have many. We have some problems that started out as small that ended up in large. But I think we can do better. I sit back. When I'm not here, I watch it on TV. I look at each and every one of y'all's faces, and I see some concerns. I see some no's where there should be a no. I see a yes, but you struggle with the yes. You got to be true to yourself as you try to think that you're being true to the people. Do your best. We sit here, one person, I'm sure that some of you council members can truly understand. Nobody wants to complain, but when you have things that are the most important and that somewhat is dangerous, you have to realize, and there is council members, council person at large, yes, I will take a picture. I have a paper trail and I have a picture trail. So that means to say if something wasn't done at a timely fashion, you best believe I'm going to keep a record of it. And no, I don't sit here and play no size. I play the fair size. My thing is, and you always hear me talk about it, we need to safeguard, find a better way to safeguard our seniors and our children. How much will it take? How many lives has to be lost before somebody that would take a stand? And yes, I am going to make a comment when it comes to our officers. When you have officers that has been born here, raised here, taught here, has been that community-orientated officer, and you show them no just cause, shame. It should be a shame. You need to do better, okay? Because we hold you to a higher standard. So please, listen to yourself. If you have to lock yourself in the bathroom before the mirror, listen to yourself and do what is righteous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Mr. Mejia.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, audience, my fellow Patersonians. Sebastian Mejia, 5th Ward. I was watching the boxing fight last weekend, this weekend that just passed. And for me, I got confirmation of something while watching that. The name of the translator during that fight, it was a Puerto Rican boxer. His name was Felix de Jesus. That confirmed to me that somewhere, somebody on the spiritual plane is watching what's going on here in the city of Paterson. The administration might not be paying attention. Local governance might not be paying attention. God is paying attention to what's going
It's
on.
too close to it.
Eventually, the truth will come out of what really happened that night. We're still here seeking justice for Felix de Jesus. We will not stop until this family receives closure, answers, dignity, and respect. Moving forward, I would like to speak on the resolution to televise the workshop meetings. I am all for any type of legislation that leads to transparency in our government, local, state, federal, wherever. So I applaud Councilwoman Mims and everyone else that's pushing forward this legislation. But I will say, if we're gonna do it, let's do it correctly, okay? For so long now, our city council meetings have been lagging in audio. You have to, when you go back and watch the audio, I'm sure that many of you all do, and I'm sure the audience does as well. The audio is always 5 seconds behind, and it's not caught up. It's 2023, last I heard. We can get that fixed in 2 seconds. Okay, that's one of my points. Also, I would like it in writing somewhere that we're gonna open up the comments on the Paterson YouTube channel so that we could hear, read, and see what people have to say about what's going on in this city, because there's so many of them, so many of us that can't make it every single week in and out like many of us do. So we should give them the opportunity to have their voices heard. Okay? So that's it. Those are two things. And also, I think it's a great idea so that every single one of these councilwomen and councilmen are shown on camera, because we can see your body language, we can see your smiles, your smirks, how you treat each other, not to speak about the disrespect, not all the time, but that sometimes is given to the public. Like, we feel like we're not being heard, like you're on your phones right now. That's what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. While the public is speaking, nobody, unless you're taking notes on what we're saying, give us the respect that we deserved in these chambers. If we voted you in, at the very least, is you could respect who voted you in. And that is one of the reasons why I will be running in 2024 for the 5th Ward City Council seat in the city of Paterson.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, the next speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
Mr. Teague.
Good evening to those who are watching, members of the City Council, those of you who are here. Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street. I have to agree with Mr. Mejia, especially with concerning videotaping and recording all the meetings, making sure the meetings are live. That's why I've been live streaming every single workshop that has not been televised. I've live streamed it. So what in the world would I be hiding if I'm showing you all the video? But I do want to say this. Trying to use as an example of why this is going forward and saying that I'm one of the reasons. This is in the article in the newspaper. That, oh, I'm here, I'm arguing. You damn right I'm here arguing. When things are not being done right, I will be at this microphone. And to use the unfortunate and untimely deaths of 2 other councilmen in this state, councilwoman and a councilman, and to try to use that and coagulate that some kind of way and couch it to make it look like your lives are in danger. How dare you even do that? What about this family? You don't think this family thinks they're in danger? Look what happened to their brother. You don't think they feel endangered right now? You think they come to this microphone not thinking that something could possibly happen to... We call each other every day just to make sure we're safe because we don't trust this city. We don't trust this government. That brings me to the issue of the police. Unfortunately, I left early last week when they went into closed session, but I heard how one of the officers who has dedicated her life in this city, I sat here and watched council person after council person tear this woman down like she was a dog in the street. I'm just going to say it, Detective McCrae tore her down council person by council person. Like you said, you can go back and watch it, tore her down like she was a dog. That woman has never come to this microphone and said a goddamn thing to any one of you. So there was no reason for you to tear her down like that. You got an issue with me, you know where to find me. That's no threat, you know where to find me. But do not attack people that have been serving in this city for decades and then turn around and say, we love the police. We're not gonna go against the police. We're not gonna fight against the police. We're gonna work with them. Every time I call them, they respond. So I ain't got nothing against the police. Who do you think she is? A custodian? You just said that you don't fight against the police. You don't attack the police. You don't go after the police, and yet you tore her down. And the cameraman who was ever working the camera made sure that the camera constantly went to her as they were attacking her. Each time they went after her, the camera kept fanning back and forth to her. This is what happens in this city in Black History Month to a black officer who's been serving in this city, who's been training people in her department, who they call on to train in her department. This isn't some slouch that just lays around in her car all day by a Dunkin' Donuts. This is an officer that they have training other officers. But she ain't worthy to have the right thing done to her. She's not asking for favors. She's not asking for bribes like some of y'all have asked for. She's not asking for hookups. She's not asking to go to bed with anybody. This is her right. She was on that list, and they allowed that list to die knowing that her name was on that list. And y'all allowed that list to die. Now you want to talk about civil service. Now you want to talk about process. Before you start throwing words out there, make sure you understand what those words mean. Ain't nobody scared of y'all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rocky.
Hi, I'm back. Hi, Rocky. So can I get extra time, please? I know we have a lot of speakers, but can I get extra time? I know we have a lot of speakers, but I know, please,
Thank you.
5 minutes?
Please try to make it
Okay.
short. Are you going to speak?
That was only 40 seconds that I wasted your time. 40 seconds. You got impatient, right? You ain't like it. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good being a taxpayer. It doesn't feel good being a citizen. It doesn't feel good living here and having our time wasted by the elected officials. You guys work for us. I'm talking to you. Are you taking notes? You work for us. We come up here with opinions, with ideas, so that you guys can run with it, to find a solution. There's no I in team. There's a me, but you gotta move the letters around, and that takes more work and effort, looking out for yourself than it does working with everybody. Y'all wasting our time. We're tired. I need some lines painted over here by the Salvation Army. There's 2 lanes. I need some lines. Traffic and safety. That's by the new grandparents building coming up. I'm already in talks. We're getting River Street cookie crumbled. You guys live here, right? You guys drive through here. I have multiple jobs, and the car that I bought is already falling apart because of these craters that we have. Can I get some of that nepotism? Like, how does that work? Can I get a loan? Is there an application? Is there paperwork to fill out? Can I know, like, what's going on? You guys aren't tired? I'm tired. I was told that I'm not a nice person, but I'm kind. My whole thing has always been, if my neighbors aren't at peace, I'm not at peace. I moved out the 4th ward. I'm in the 3rd ward now. My neighbors are better, but my landlord's a slumlord. Our building hasn't been inspected. Just found out that my apartment might be illegal. These are the things that are happening in Paterson. These are the things that are happening to your residents. A lot of your residents have multiple jobs, and it's 2 heads of households working multiple jobs, and they can't afford it. I understand it's like market value and whatever, but we gotta do better. What's going on with like the youth services? Do we have more teams, more sports, more recreation for them? Hey, guess what? You guys always take pictures with Murphy, Wimberley, Sumter, and Poole for like ribbon cuttings. How about we hold that council, that summit that I asked you guys to hold with like all the government heads to see what we can all collectively do? You have people like Rhonda Roberts. How do I pronounce it? Muter Sisters, the Mutual Sisters? She does that, the Mature Sisters. I know you don't want government involved in all your stuff, but goddamn, give her a handout. Do you see what she does every year for the homeless people? And this dude from Straight and Narrow, he got the key to the city. I don't see him outside with his clipboard. Is he meeting the homeless and the drug addicts where they're at? Like, I haven't seen him. There's some grassroots people that are doing a lot of things. Yeah, we don't want to get the government too involved because that's when it gets sticky, but we got to put the highlight on them. You have a lot of groups doing things, and I found out the hard way. Like, I've always known that they want to see you doing good, but never better than them. There's a lot of red tape and funding. I'm still waiting for them sweatpants. But yeah, we got to do better as a whole. I'm not asking you guys to hold hands and be all kumbaya-ish. But think about us. Think about the ones that, you know, aren't making as much money as you, don't live as comfortably as you. These are your constituents. These are the people that voted you in. These are the people that have faith in you. And I'm kind of disgusted with y'all because damn, this city is going to hell in a handbasket. Everybody laughs when I say I feel like we're in the Ghostbusters movie with the slime under the city. There's this evilness, there's this veil over Paterson that we have to overcome. We're the ones that are killing each other. We have to stop it. Whether you pray to God, your Lord and Savior, your higher being, your muertos and your santos, we gotta do better. And I don't gotta leave because I have parking. And this is the first time I didn't yell at y'all. Happy Valentine's Day.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Miss Crystal Garcia.
Ms. Garcia.
Good evening to all in attendance. 378 days and counting. How corrupt does the culture of police department have to be to warrant a pattern or practice investigation by the United States Justice Department Civil Rights Division? How many citizens of the city of Paterson have to have their civil rights violated or die in the process of having them violated before the New Jersey Attorney General's office acts and requests the Justice Department to step up and to conduct the pattern or practice investigation? Since 2015, this police department has been plagued with continued civil rights violations and police corruption. That corrupt culture has gone on for so long that it has continued unabated from 2015 to present day 2023. 8 years, and unfortunately, this corruption has been normalized. It's like a cancer that has metastasized, spread from one part of the body to another, and is now out of control. Who is the key decision maker in charge of the New Jersey judicial chain of command who makes that call and says enough is enough, and that it's time to bring the feds into the equation to right the ship? Like a human cancer, police cancers have names: Toledo, Pent, Bustos, Ramos, Torres, McCausland, Fenn, Chef, Patino, Restituyo, Morvac. The majority of these officers have already been convicted of their crimes, and most are serving time, and one is serving probation. One was recently charged. There are others, but I'm running out of time. Paterson residents affected by these civil violations, just to mention a few. Jameek Lowry died 2 days after seeking help from Paterson police in 2019 when he was 27 years old. Thelonious McKnight, who was killed at 25 on December 29th while fleeing police, igniting community outrage and demands for reform. Tension flared last year over the police beating of a teen named Hanif Booker, 19, during a back-to-school night party. In February of 2022, an encounter with 41-year-old Felix de Jesus, who went missing on February 2nd after officers Jacob Feliciano and Doris Orilla illegally detained him and then physically drove him to a park at a night in near freezing temperatures with injuries to fend for himself instead of calling for an ambulance to tend to his injuries and his state of drunkenness. The Felix de Jesus missing person case wouldn't even pass the Judge Judy common sense test. Where was common sense that night? Is that taught at the academy? Khalif Cooper, 28, was shot in the back as he ran, leaving him with a disabling spinal injury. Officer Morvac was charged with aggravated assault and official misconduct. By the way, Mr. Feliciano is also involved in this case. We call upon the entire city council, yes, you are elected officials that serve the citizens of Paterson, to pick up the phone and call the Justice Department Civil Rights Division and request to speak to someone that can put you in contact with an official that can listen to your concerns about the corruption and civil rights violations that continue to plague our city at the hands of the Paterson Police Department request. And they initiate this pattern or practice investigation into the Paterson Police Department. Most of you have stated in the past that you support our family and the community as a whole. When it comes to crime and corruption, then make the damn call, because help isn't coming from any other local leaders. We have to go outside of the Paterson to try to save the city and clean up the corrupt culture at this Paterson Police Department. If not you, who? Where does the buck stop? Because the buck doesn't stop at the mayor's office. The mayor, Andre Sayed, doesn't have the courage to call for the pattern or practice investigation himself. It's obvious that after former Attorney General Gruel named Passaic County Prosecutor Camila Valdez on April 27, 2021 to take over the Paterson Police Internal Affairs Division and investigate allegations of misconduct involving the Paterson Police Department, absolutely has changed at the department. We cannot allow the fox to investigate the henhouse. In closing, we want to remind the public the $35,000 reward for the safe return of Felix de Jesus. To the family or any information leading to the arrest, conviction, or any or all persons involved with Felix's mysterious disappearance or possible demise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Whisper McRae.
Ms. McRae.
So, before I begin, I would like to ask for your undivided attention. The information that I have is important here tonight. I would also ask that you set aside your personal feelings and any information that you may have obtained may not align with what we've been asking for. So, the last time I stood before this council, I prepared a speech, and it was one that was heard and understood by so many yet dismissed by majority of this council. Hence, gentrification in law enforcement. Now, 2 weeks ago, I attended the council's workshop where I observed dishonorable behavior in the form of revenge, a lack of leadership, and selfishness. When we come up to this podium, there's literally no disrespect. We express our frustration that is met with your ego. You respond as if you're getting attacked, when in fact, we're literally just exhausted trying to approach a council that lacks emotional intelligence. Now stay with me. Most council members presented a narrative that suggests my mother is a civilian asking for a favor of being a police officer, negating the fact that my mother has 20 years as a police officer. She took the civil service promotional exam. She ranked number 36. Fast forward to 3 years and 31 promotions later, she was certified at position number 3. A 90-day certification was disposed of within 2 weeks, leaving her at position number 2. Within that 90-day time frame, there are and has been vacancies between December 1st and February 1st. Now, this is important because according to civil service, she was reachable. That was back in November. A reasonable person would ask, why was the certification created on November 9th of 2022 and then disposed of November 23rd of 2022 before its due date, which should have been February 9th of this month and this year, 2023? Now, we were then and we are now asking for her to be recertified. As per civil service, she can be recertified from a list that was extended by the department. So the deception of her eligible list expiring is false. We never said anything was being done illegally. My mother nor I would not attack or go against the police department. We asked for help and getting answers. My mother provided documents in support of what we were asking, but instead we were met with the council members who suddenly had all the answers and questions that were never asked, with another council member who shared personal stories of their failed attempts of becoming a police officer, in addition to council members vilifying the public as they play victim by using tragic events as a scapegoat, which I'd like to refer as flying lies. I'll refrain from saying anyone's name because you know who you are, and the tiger never changes its stripes. Since I called out the council, you rather seek vindication instead of validation of the truth. So I ask, will you stand up and validate the truth, or will you decide to let lies fly? If we had nothing to give, we had nothing to share, there would be no need for us to come up here. No one is lying, I'm not lying. We just asked for her to be recertified and live out her full 90 days. She's not asking for you to skip over people to get to her, nothing. Just be recertified. There's no reason why my mother could come to me and cry and be in tears, because she said after all the times that she's helped and she's done things for different people, she can't even receive the same type of help. And this is something that is extremely simple. This has been going on since October for us. And we're still here. So thank you, and I really hope that all of you decide to think about what you're going to say, because I'm not here to go back and forth with you. I don't even like to come and say things or repeat myself or say anything twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Bilal Hakim.
Mr. Hakim.
Crushed it.
Good evening. Good evening, council.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
And people in Paterson land. The first thing I wanted to just say from the top is that I'm standing here tonight to announce that we will continue to support the union president for re-election, Andy Bryant, for Local 2272. So I'm just putting that on the record, and I hope that the membership at DPW falls in line with supporting Andy. You know, we will polish and shine up our leadership even more. No need to keep changing. So that's on the record. Bilal Hakim. has spoken on the record. Mayor Andre Sayer, just get right to it. And so many people who used to open their mouths, now all of a sudden they have nothing to say about something when, you know, it's an old saying many of us have heard, that it's one thing to be thought of as a fool, but then to open your mouth and dispel everything. You know, Mayor Andre Sayer should never have tried to eclipse what the state said. Never. He should have just shut his mouth up. No, I'm not going to say be quiet. He should have shut his mouth up. And many of you here that know him and socialize with him, you should have told him. Yes. Why are you opening your mouth saying, why are you saying this here? We've been through this here before where someone made the miscalculation when a civilian was shot in the back and they said it was a good shot. Shut your mouth up. You don't know nothing about law enforcement and you speaking out of turn. Jacoby Hyde, but I'm thinking, Jacoby Hyde. It was a sitting councilman, the two of them, at large, and the former First Ward, Anthony Davis. This is a matter of record. We can pull the record. And the mayor, shut your mouth up. Because he has embarrassed us. I traveled to New York City over the weekend. I attended the National Action Network's meeting where they weighed in on this here. This is a national organization. We are trying to turn this here, the ugliness that we see in the city, to make it beautiful again. But we cannot make it beautiful if we don't deal with the ugliness. We have to address that which is ugly. And so let us stop painting a picture how great things are. Things are not great. Things are not great. This man, Filthy Jesus, still missing. All of you here, you may be here for different issues, but you should open up your mouth because it could have been you. That's right. Could have been you, your loved one. And you expect for this here family right here to come and be diplomatic. You better be glad they're not cursing you out. You better be glad that they have enough of discipline, they're not burning the goddamn city down. You know, it really bothers me that this family have to go through this here. I'm going to be finished in a minute, Mr. President. On a year went by. February the 2nd, we went to the vigil. I was hoping to see some of you there. I don't know why you weren't there, but perhaps you can go on record and say why you weren't there. But you should have been there to show some level of support to the family. This family is hurting. I hurt for them. I hurt for them. Why? Because it could have been me, my loved one. And I know this happens because I remember former council member Bill McCoy, his son, who's a police officer right now, right, was accosted by a police officer, and I had to call them. He was a student at the college. And I intervened and called his father, let him know what was going on. He had done nothing. That leads to the officer that's being overlooked, Officer McCray. Come on, yo. Come on, let's get this here together. This woman should not have to keep going through this here. And every time we talk about the police, people always want to preface, oh, you know, it ain't all police. We know all police are not bad. You think we're idiots? We know that individuals have the capacity to evolve. But we're talking about some structural problems that are going on that need to be addressed. And you, yeah, I'm putting it on you, citizens, not only just on them. You, citizens, you have that responsibility to make them open their mouth. They represent you. To make them open their mouth. All of them not being quiet, like Councilman Michael J. He speaks loud and clear. And others, they may whisper a little bit, but we need you to speak loud on this issue because it can be you. My last thing, I want to just commend the councilwoman at large, Lisa Mims, on putting forward this resolution we're talking about on requesting that the meetings be, the workshops be televised. Yes, every meeting. We going to the Board of Education next because we need to turn it out. You know, people always, the famous statement of Sister Wahida Muhammad, you know, a person that has nothing to hide hides nothing. What are you hiding? What do you have to hide? Let's be open and transparent about this. Is so much going on. Stop this nonsense that everything is good. It's not. I was at work today and just missed a man being murdered. Being murdered. But right by the school being murdered.
Mr. Hakim, please wrap it up, sir.
I'm gonna wrap up right now, sir.
Next
We
speaker.
have here, this is it. We're working. We have a plan here for community control of law enforcement. It's a comprehensive plan. We got some students that do research on laws and everything, and they put it together, and we're gonna be giving it to people that are level-headed to look at, to digest, and consider, what's being presented. And as it was mentioned before, some people are running for offices. I'm considering, I have someone in mind that I want to support in the Fourth Ward, but I'm deliberating because we need champions that are not afraid
Thank you, Bilal.
to do the business of the city.
Next speaker, Madam
Yeah.
Clerk.
Yes,
Not tiptoeing around.
the next speaker is Mr. Keamy Freeman.
Mr. Freeman.
That's what I'm talking about, Bilal.
Your book says you stand up for the truth. Be your family.
Kimmy Freeman, Third Ward, Paterson, New Jersey, United States of America. I'm gonna talk about three things. I'm gonna talk about the police. I'm gonna talk about domestic violence. And then I'm gonna talk about the conditions that Paterson is in. Let me tell you something. I watched Mayor Graves before he became the mayor. He was a cop. When we were kids 50 years ago, we weren't afraid of the cops. Half the cops were black. These are the guys who came back from Vietnam, like my uncles and everything else, and half of them were white. And the white cops were just as nice as the black cops. I can't remember as a kid during the 60s, a cop beating somebody, shooting somebody, and somebody's older than me, I'm 63. I've never heard of it. Now, here we come. The police have been shooting black folks since we got here. And as a black man, I'm not scared. I was never scared. But that scares the cops. Let me tell you something. 2 weeks ago, I have an argument with my old lady. I go into dinner. I don't want to talk no more. She calls my daughter. She comes. I don't want to talk no more. Because when I want to talk to y'all, you didn't want to talk to me. So, black women, you put up the red card. Put up the red card. You call Popo on a black man who ain't scared of the police that sent 3 cops to the hospital in '98 over the same thing. Being in my house, barricading myself. No, I'm not coming out. No, I'm not. Took half the police force to come get me. And then while I'm doing all this, they talking to me like I'm an idiot. And Mims, no, I'm not no idiot. You ask the stupid questions, why you here? Why you here? Oh, we were called. Violence. I've never touched nobody in my whole life. Let me tell you something. January 1st, 1969, my stepfather knocked my mother's teeth out. I was 9 years old. I saw it. I would never touch a woman. I saw her being brutalized my whole life until I was old enough to jack these dudes up. So to call the cops on me, black women, you gotta stop that. And here's a killer. I ain't shutting up. I saw the movie Black Adam. Here's a black superhero that I read the comic books when I was a little kid. At the end of the movie, Viola Davis comes up, and Black Adam said, y'all being rude. You're being rude. He says, you're not going to tell me what to do. All right? Nothing on this earth can stop me. Viola Davis says, oh, Nothing on this earth will stop me. They show a white Superman in the background. Because guess what? The police now is your Superman. Guess what? I'm Black Adam, and this ain't no damn movie. I'm not scared of the police.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Freeman.
not going back to jail. You're not going to arrest me. And if I have to, I'll get political asylum to leave the United States, because now I'm not safe in my own neighborhood. I had 4 guns pulled on me in the past 3 weeks. I know about all those shootings you were talking about. I was out there. I didn't see nobody out there. These kids getting shot, the same kids I used to teach.
Mr. Freeman, please wrap it up.
All right, you know what? Paterson is a dangerous place. I want out of the United States. If I got to go to Congressman, I want out of the United States. I see all these immigrants coming, you give them every damn thing. And you won't give poor black people. I go to Eva's Kitchen every day, right? You treat those people like shit. I'm tired of it. Guess what? I'm not complying. And guess what? I'm running for the 3rd ward, okay? I don't care.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Deborah Hannibal.
Ms. Hannibal.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Council, Madam Clerk, the administration.
Hold on.
Just wait a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Hannibal.
And all assembled. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
I'm Deborah Hannibal from the city of Paterson. First, I must say that I am here today with a bit of trepidation. I'm a human resources professional, and I believe, for the most part, that personnel matters should be discussed in executive or closed session. The other reason for my reluctance to speak is because I am still recovering from the trauma that I experienced while working here as the Director of Personnel. Quite frankly, it is embarrassing, and I feel ashamed that I was not able to protect myself in a place where I should have been safe. I made the choice to leave. It was actually a constructive discharge. I didn't have a choice. However, I am compelled to come here to speak today for several reasons. I'm a person of faith, and I believe that my steps are directed by God.
Amen.
So I had to pray about coming here. And I felt a push from the ancestors, because this is Black History Month. And most recently, I heard a young lady, her name was Whisper. She came to this podium and she eloquently and courageously spoke about a situation that I know far too well, because it happened to me, and it happened to me here. When people come here, they address the council, but there is an administration that is in charge. So we need to point the finger at the administration, because that's where the real power is. Before I begin to tell my story, I want to quote Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. In November 2020, I wrote a letter to the mayor of the city of Paterson, Mayor Andre Saya, and I copied the city council. Probably the only person that didn't receive a copy of that letter was Councilperson Udi. In that letter, I made the mayor aware that I was being denied a promotion to the Director of Personnel position. And I stated the reason for the denial was based on my race and my age. Very shortly thereafter, I could even say the next day, I received an offer letter from the BA, who is the appointing authority for the city of Paterson, offering me the position of personnel director. It should be noted that after I passed the civil service exam for that position, I began to express my interest in serving in that position in October 2019. So I wrote the letter to the mayor in November 2020. I began writing the letters in October 2019. Of the 6 individuals that took the test, I was the only person to pass the test. I have an MBA. I have 2 nationally recognized certifications in human resources. When I interviewed with Senator Nellie Poe, she told me that I was the most qualified person to ever apply for the position of Assistant Personnel Director. When the position became vacant because the previous person left the position, I didn't feel like I was ready because I hadn't worked in civil service. I worked in the public sector and public schools, but I wanted to get more acquainted, more familiar with local government. However, when I saw the job that that person did, I became like a Joe Biden. I know I could do a better job than that person did. So that's why I took the test, and I passed the test. That person did not pass the test or didn't take the test. Their name was not on the list. But still, I could not be placed in that position. However, I was named the interim personnel director on November 4th, 2019. So I was serving for a whole year and serving well, and continue to send letters and talk to the BA to no avail. During this time, from November 2019 to November 2020, in February 2020, I was directed to move out of the personnel director's office so that a younger white woman with a high school education could become my supervisor and share some of the responsibilities. See, some people have to be qualified and other people have to have potential. Okay?
Ms. Hannibal,
So-
please wrap it up.
Okay, excuse me? I'm
Please-
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Please wrap it up, Ms. Hannibal.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up.
Thank you.
Please take your time and finish.
The BA, in a further attempt to deny me that position, went to DCA to request that the position of personnel director be eliminated and that 2 positions for the position of personnel director be created. When you talked about the TO, have you ever seen that in a table of organization? There is so much more to this story. There is so much more. And most recently, I'm gonna tell you, these shenanigans don't just play out in Paterson, the city of Paterson. I took another test, and I passed that for a management specialist for the Board of Social Services. I scored higher than the incumbent. There were 3 veterans, people that gave their life and service to this country that scored higher than the incumbent. And so these are the tactics that are used. They said they canceled that position, and they created another title that was a non-civil service title to keep that person in that position. So there are tactics. We talk about, somebody said earlier, oh, well, it's civil service. That's what I believe. I had always believed that the civil service test existed to level the playing field, to prevent cronyism, to prevent officials from using their power to give jobs to friends and family, and to provide an opportunity for qualified applicants to fill positions. I'm someone that has been silent. I'm a quiet person. If you talk to anyone, any teacher in Paterson, I was educated here, they'll say Deborah was conscientious and quiet. Silent no more. Silent no more. When I see what's being done to Detective McCray, I know it's going on. I know it's going on because it was done to me. In closing, well, I just want to say another thing, and forgive me, because I'm a rule follower. I don't break the rules, but I have the courage to stand here tonight and tell my story, so I ask that you allow me to tell my story. There's another talk that is had with black parents, a talk that my mother had with me, and I'm sure Dr. Mims, your mother had with you. We have to be better. We have to be better, 10 times better, to be even considered the same. We are not, black people are no longer the flavor of the month in this city, so there is no concern for what happens to us. And I wish I had the luxury of one of the council persons here that can be concerned about only one ward. My family has lived in this city for over 60 years. So when there was a shooting last night, I contacted my relative that lived in that ward, stay in the house. Because I don't have the luxury of just saying I can be concerned about one ward. When there was a shooting today, I had a family member that lived in that section of the city. Be safe. My grandkids, I used to walk all over the city, go to the Fabian, go to the plaza. My mother didn't have a concern, just be in the house by the time the street lights come in. I said to a white friend, I said, my grandchildren live in Ukraine. They're in a war zone. They were offended, like, oh, they don't have that. No, my grandchildren here shooting every night. That's trauma. They went to a school, they go to a school where the principal was assaulted by the students. If the grown-ups aren't safe, the children aren't safe. And I don't want to get off topic because I'm concerned about the schools too. We're doing all this building, multiple dwellings. Where are the schools? It's overcrowded.
Miss Hannibal, please wrap it up.
So we know we have to be better. And Ms. McCray, because you brought it forth like I did, they're going to give you your position, but I want you to be prepared for retaliation. They're going to smear your reputation. They're going to even accuse you of threatening them, that you're going to become some big bad black monster. You're going to be called into a meeting with corporation counsel and a union. And you're going to have to defend yourself because you know, anybody that knows you, they know that's not you.
Thank you, Miss Hannibal.
And
Miss Hannibal.
yes, and you're going to be yelled at and humiliated in a staff meeting. So prepare for the retaliation. They're going to give you your position, but they're not going to be happy. And that's all.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker is Hanan Hussein. Hanan Hussein.
It's amazing. Certain people could come to this podium and get extension on time.
Councilman,
Some people could just get a
Councilman,
courtesy.
you don't have
And
the
here
floor,
you have
Councilman.
here you have a city employee who's
Councilman,
telling
you don't have the
truth.
floor. Point of order,
And
Councilman.
this guy right here
Councilman,
is
point of order. You
consistently
don't have
trying
the
to muffle
floor.
him.
You don't have the floor.
Maybe you should
I
have
gave her
somebody
like
try to
7
have me
minutes.
removed,
Councilman, you don't have the floor.
It doesn't
Councilman.
matter.
Councilman,
It's
you don't
a
have
point
the
of the
floor.
fact that you allow,
Point of
you
order,
give
Councilman.
certain people.
Councilman, point of order. You don't have the
Raquel
floor
came
now.
to the podium and asked for
Councilman,
5
you don't have
minutes,
the
and
floor
you wouldn't
right
even
now.
give this woman a courtesy.
Councilman, you don't have the floor right
It doesn't matter. I'm taking the floor, sir. I'm taking the floor because you have no respect for my community. You have no respect. What you just did to that woman is embarrassing,
Oh,
and you should
know
be
what?
embarrassed.
You should look at
You
the.
should be
You should look
embarrassed.
at the mirror.
I do. I do.
Everybody has 3 minutes. I extended the time to time it up, probably 7 minutes. That's respect I gave to every community.
No, that
every
wasn't
person.
respect. That
You are
wasn't
the
respect.
one. You are the
You
one.
pick and choose
timing.
who you
I'm
want
not
to, who
choosing.
you want to extend, and based on what they have to say, the moment she's speaking negatively about the administration,
respect,
you want to
Councilman,
defend them and you want to
are
get in the
wrong.
way of that.
All due respect, Councilman, you
So
are
you
wrong.
make me stop.
Everyone, rewind the tape and listen to that tape. All due respect, you are wrong as usual. Mr. Hussain, Brother Hussain, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening, everyone. My name is Hanan Hussain. I live in the city of about 40 years. I came here to thank Councilman Farid Uddin and all the council members for the resolution honoring my cousin, Kaisar Hussain. He was extremely helpful to our family and the community. I pray to Allah to grant him Jannatul Firdaus. Amin. I also want to thank for the resolution for designating Bangladesh Heritage Week. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jimmy Maury.
Mr. Murray.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I thought I had an issue, but after listening to everyone in here, we all have issues. Our issues are small among our families, our issues are big among our city. But I do want to say this. I'm in Paterson 45 years. This city brought us up, way up there. At one point, they carried us. They put us on the map. Paterson is a great city. Right now, the city is suffering. We have to come back and help them, not fall apart. We're one city. These guys are doing the best they can. We're doing the best we can in our own families. But this is our family. I don't know if they could do better, but I'm looking at them and I see smoke coming out of their heads, trying their best to bring the city back to what it was. How are you, Mr. Penny? All I'm asking is, let's not fall apart. We worked hard to get this far in Paterson. We're on the map. Let's get together. Let's not shred each other to pieces. That's all I have to say. But right now, I'm here for the matter of South Paterson. We're looking for a little bit more policing to help us. Our South Paterson, at one time, it was a couple little stores, grocery stores. Then came a couple hairdressers. Then came a jeweler. And more jewelers came because they did well in our area. Today, we have approximately 15 jewelry stores, high-end jewelry stores. Our way of presenting the gold in our stores is different than your basic jewelry store. We show what we have. We fill up the store, we fill up the showcases, which is very attractive to offenders, let's not call them anything else, that want to come in and rob and do whatever they want to do. Criminals. All I'm asking is that because of our area changing so rapidly, I want to present to you that our area is changing and we're asking for more of your support. Because if we go down with 2 or 3 robberies in a couple months that we just had, it's gonna distract people from coming in and spending the day on our main street, which is, I mean, I'm here 45 years and I'm here 6 to 7 days a week. I have a beautiful home in South Carolina, but I'd rather be here with my family. So I ask you to please help us stay in business, not lose everything we invested into Main Street Paterson. And I hope I get a positive response. Perfect timing. Good.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Amjad Abukwit.
Well, Jimmy made his point very well. I don't want to take a lot of time, and I'm sure everyone wants to, a lot of you guys still have a lot of people to speak. But what I would also, I know we have a resolution on hand. We have, I believe it's number
37.
Number 37. So I'm hoping that you gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at it and consider it, because honestly, God forbid, if we have issue on Main Street, Paterson, probably, I don't know exactly the percentage, but I know it pays a big portion of Paterson taxes. A very large chunk of Paterson taxes is paid from Paterson Main Street. It's not fair to get a small attention. It should get more attention, because if Main Street does well, the rest of Paterson does very well. If these guys on Main Street, stores from doctors, pharmacy, jewelry store, and so on, if God forbid something goes not well, it's gonna drive these guys out of the area. And this is gonna impact not just my store, his store, or their store. It's gonna impact Paterson as a whole. I honestly feel bad for, what I've heard tonight is just crazy, okay? And this should not be in Paterson. I'm not asking just for Main Street security. If something goes wrong in Paterson downtown, 6th Ward, 5th Ward, 1 Ward, it's all one Paterson. So the well-being of Paterson, whether we're like Main Street, 6th Ward, whatever we are, we're all one community. My clientele come from Union Boulevard. I have clientele who come from outside Paterson. I serve the black, the Spanish, the Arab, and everybody else. They're all one, and we should be as one. So I'm not coming here and asking just for, to exclude Main Street out of the rest of Paterson. I'm just asking for, things should change. We're asking for a change, and we know we have a resolution.
Excuse me, ma'am. There, he has the floor. Please.
I know we have something.
Please. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, continue, sir.
I know
You don't have the microphone now, okay? All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Amjad. Continue, please.
Okay, I don't want to take too much time. I want to get to the point. The bottom line here is we do have a resolution on hand tonight. It would be shameful. I would be disgusted. I would be upset. I would be very angry if that resolution does not pass tonight. Okay, and it's not going to impact just me. It's going to impact all of Paterson. Okay, and it would be shame on every one of you if this resolution does not pass tonight. It's really serious. It's no joke. Okay, we're not asking for much. The money and the fund in that resolution is not coming out of Paterson. It's coming out of the tax we paid all these years. Okay, so you guys should really take it very seriously and should really pay attention to it. And I ask you respectfully to consider it, take a look at it, and should not be us hiring police forces to protect us. We pay enough taxes, so the city should do their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ajmal AG. Is Ali?
Ali.
Ajmal Ali, sorry.
Ajmal Ali.
Good evening, everyone,
Good evening.
and happy Valentine's Day to everybody as well. Mine is going to be a little light, and I just want to thank City Council, all the members, and former members as well, for designating some property for Shohid Minar on West Side Park. And particularly, I'm here this month because of February is a very important month for the United States, especially for the African American community, and also Bangladesh community. As you know, the Frederick Douglass was born
on this month. Ibrahim Lincoln was born on this month. In Bangladesh, we had to actually fight to preserve our language on 21st of February as designated date for the preservation of our language. And I understand today that there is a resolution to designate the last week of March as Bangladesh Heritage Day in the city of Paterson. We are very proud to be in this city. My uncle has been here since 1944. I've been here since, I guess, 1975, so we love the city, and with all these problems, this city actually incorporates everybody, all the immigrants, African Americans, white, so it looks like a salad bowl, and we appreciate that. And again, I want to thank the City Council for taking this up, the resolution for Shohid Minar, and I hope we had an affirmative action for today's one. And again, I want to thank you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Nazim Azad.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The council members. On behalf of Resolution 29 that Councilman Farid brings for Bangladeshi peoples for the Heritage Week, which is March 25 to 31. This is our liberation time that we fight for our freedoms. So this is the only agenda I'm asking you people, please support that. We shall appreciate you, because this is our community is growing fast in here. I came in here like 1977, and that time we was like 500 people. Now we are about like 15 to 20,000 Bangladeshi community around here. I mean, in Paterson city, growing fast. And we are taking and participating all kinds of mainstream and everything, and trying to be together with you. Okay, have a good evening, everybody. This is the only agenda I'm asking. Please support for that.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mike Aburumi.
Mr. Aburumi. Good evening.
My name is Mike Aburumi, and obviously my friends and my colleagues, they said enough, and all we're asking is item 37 to be heard after the motion is completed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
Ms. Mohammed.
Guy's name, good evening.
Good evening.
Where do I begin? Let me just say to all of you, I listen to you when you say it's not about me, it's about we. And when the question was asked whether or not we could put something back on the agenda, that wasn't about me. It was about we. Why couldn't we say for once, regardless of how it happened, that we are going to come together and do what's right for at least one person in Paterson? It saddened me to my heart that we would let the process upset us to the point that we couldn't do what was right, so that we could go home and say, we did something, Lord, that you would have us to do. And it was not about me. It was about we. Now, the next thing I want to say,
because you all love to talk about how much you care about kids and seniors. Why is it that the rent leveling board has not been established? Because at least it would somehow help the seniors to get a fair share in this city. It makes me ill that when we as seniors reach that good old age of 65 and older, that we still can't get a fair share in this city. And it's because of you all have not put together that rent leveling board. Now you can sit there and say, oh, no, it's not us. It's all of you. I'm not pointing at no me. I'm pointing at we, all of you. I see it on the agenda, but a lot of things are on the agenda that don't happen. But you know what's going to happen tonight? That number 37 is going to happen because you already know that you have already been bought and paid for. And I'm mad as hell right now. And somebody tell me what's this monstrosity that's being built right here by the parking lot where you guys park at. What is that? Nobody knows. It's right there by your parking lot. You park in that lot every day, and it's a big something going up there. The parking lot where you all park.
Let her finish.
The other thing is, when you all sit back and do nothing about processes, tell me what's happening with Brook Slopes. Are you gonna make sure that they're taken care of like you're gonna do 37? Are you gonna do that? They're not even on the menu because they don't put crumbs on menus. I'm sick and tired of it. And I knew Alaziz was going to show up tonight when it's time to this to happen because he want to make sure all of you that are there for him to make sure it happens. And let me say to you, Councilman Udin, when you made the statement, when you got in that seat, that you were here for the people. And now I understand what people you're talking about. It's those people and not these people. And we're going to remember that because you are at large. You're not able to brag like one councilman knows that his community will put him back. So you better remember that, because we will.
Thank you, Ms. Muhammad. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Marcella Cemeteries. Marcella.
Praise the Lord, everyone. I was brought out here today, too, because of the comments, the disrespectful, inappropriate comments that the mayor made. And I would urge and implore all of you to have a conversation with him and ask him to take those comments back because they're hurtful and they're offensive. And I agree also with the issue about the agenda, whether it was taken off the agenda for special meeting, whatever the case. We're all here tonight. There are issues that are really plaguing this city with regards to the police department. A committee of whole is a mechanism you all already have in place, so I would think that that would be something that you all would want to do. Yes, and then with regards to all the gentlemen that stood up here and want that 37 and said they're not just coming to speak for 37, I would ask for you to pay close attention because I'm going to urge the council now to do something that I would like for you to do as well. You honor in action, not just words, but in action, right? So there are two bills in the assembly right now. There's A1515 and what's the other one? S2295. And those are the bills that will provide legislation that gives local police departments, or I'm sorry, local municipalities subpoena power. So there are other towns, Dover, Jersey City, Highland Park, I think Montclair even did it. They passed resolutions to support these assembly bills, these legislative assembly bills. So if everybody could urge this city council, this body, to pass a resolution to support those two legislative bills, A 1515 and S, what are we doing? I can't remember that last one. S 2295. That would be one, like Chairman says, our chairman, People's Organization for Progress, he said that would be a concrete effort. That wouldn't be just blowing smoke, because that looks like what you all do. Like the two of you right there, could you pay, because this is important, can you pay attention, please? Like, because I'm really looking for someone to pass this resolution, to motion it, to do it. I don't know who that is, but when they do it, I'm hoping that it gets everyone's support, because it's an important resolution. And it's just, there's too many families that suffer from police brutality. I'm thinking even, not even just police brutality, just disregard. I mean, who was Coley? What was her name? Shania Coley? Shania Coley. The whole city was looking for her. The whole city was looking for her. And she was around the corner. And nobody found her. So this is what you all have to correct. And this is what we need action. We need those mechanisms. Because I don't agree with what that other woman said. It's not just administration. Your job is to hold them accountable. And that's what you need to do. And I don't see it. I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Shaykh Hussein.
Hello, good evening to everyone. My name is Shaykh Hussein, and I'm from the 6th Ward. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a couple of words in front of City of Paterson. First of all, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Thank you, Councilman Fariduddin, for supporting and memorializing the life and legacy of my dad, Kaiser Hussein. Also, I would appreciate all council members to support him in this agenda. My father came to the city of Paterson 4 decades ago with limited amount of resources. Also, I am aware the city of Paterson will celebrate Heritage Week in March. This is a brilliant idea. Our kids need to know about the different customs in Bangladesh has to offer. Again, thank you, Mr. Udit, for sponsoring these issues and making our voices heard. Also, all the council members for supporting. Also, my deepest condolences to the AC family and the Cooper family. I knew them very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Sharon Hanol. Sharon, H-A-N, I can't. Oh, the 10. Okay.
That's my fancy D.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Okay. Power to the people, because we have the power. This council represents us. So our issues are what we bring to them, and we want something done about it, right? So I heard a number of things that went on here tonight. I don't really care how things go. I like to get to, problem solving. People spoke up about the jobs with the civilian, and I'm gonna get the wording wrong, so come in whenever you feel like it. But do you guys know what I'm referring to? What everybody spoke about, being passed over, civil service, right? We see there's problems. We know there's problems, right? Because several people spoke about it. That makes it a fact, right? Right? Can we agree on that? If several people get up and speak about it, it must be some truth to it. So why not create a board or a committee to oversee, to just investigate and see what's going on? It would solve a lot of problems, and it would bring peace to a lot of people within the city. As far as the police, how can I tell my child to stop for the police when all across this country there's police brutality? On every level, for my mother, for the husband, for the kids. The police don't even know how to stop you. You will say, don't talk to the police when they stop you. The first thing they say to you is, what's your name? You don't say anything. Oh, you ain't gonna tell me your name? So now they aggravated because you wouldn't respond, right? So we need a different type of training. Processes and policies fail and go out of style. We have to change to adjust them to meet the needs of the people. Because I wouldn't tell my child or my father to stop for the police. Because I'm afraid to stop for the police. Why? Because look, do the police look like me? No, they don't. and they don't act like me, and they don't approach me with respect, and I can see them out in the street and speak to them with respect. But if they come to me because somebody called on me, they come to me in a different way, with a different attitude. So we need a police review board, which is the Civilian Complaint Review Board, going all across this country, right, to change the way things are being done. And we have to address it from a humanity standpoint. No more black, white, Asian, this, that, and the other, even though every other race comes here and they want their own rules and their own laws. Well, I didn't get mine yet. So I'm ready to say to people, you gotta fall in line, right? Because black people have been abused since we've been here. And everything always comes down on us. And I'm tired. I'm tired of it. So we have got to come together, black people, and Black history is 365 days a year, not 1 month. So stop minimizing my life, all my life in this public school system in Paterson, New Jersey. You know what I was told? To get over it. Well, I'm not over it at 52 years later. I'm not over it, and I'm never gonna be over it because I want justice and equality for everyone. But we're gonna start with me and in Paterson. So I beg people to get on board with these different legislations and bills. A1515, S2295, the Civilian Police Review Board. Because the civilians see the police in action when they come to you. You guys are only seeing what's on the news and what's being taped today. We've been living it. So enough. We are all human, and we all want food, shelter, clothing, education, and good jobs. And for this city to run, me being a taxpayer, a consumer, and an employee makes a good piece of the pie. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Justin Rucker.
Mr. Rucker. Justin.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Before I get into my spiel tonight, I just got to ask Council President if he would just preface his words before he speaks. Since he's been the president, there's been a trend of an aggressive tone when asking people to wrap up their speeches. Ms. Hannibal had a lot to say, and rightfully so. She should be able to speak at the people's house and voice her opinion. And it's not right for our elected official to come out and say, or wrap it up. It's a callous kind of attitude, and it doesn't look good. So I would ask that you just take heed to that, and hopefully in the future you could, you'll do better to work otherwise. Back to what I was gonna say. In 2019, the city purchased $781,000 of equipment for in-house demolitions. Among some of those items, there were some heavy lifting trucks, and there was an excavator that was purchased for about $397,000. This was supposed to help save hundreds of thousands for the city because now the city could facilitate its own emergency demolitions following issues like a fire or a building collapse. So let's fast forward to New Year's. There was a fire, everybody knows, on 208 Harrison Street, which is in the 4th Ward. And I think as of now, the debris is still out there. And it's an older house. I'm pretty sure that there are some contaminants out there such as fiberglass, and maybe that building also has traces of asbestos, as we all know could cause a lung disease called mesothelioma. And it's airborne. So now we are exposing members of the community, namely our seniors and children, to airborne contaminants that can cause respiratory illness. My question to the council is, why hasn't the city used the equipment to remove the debris and the harmful contaminants? We do have an ordinance on the books that says that owners have 60 days to remediate that and get that stuff, but 60 days is too long. Meanwhile, right, the fire happened on New Year's, it's February, that stuff is still out there, so that means all those contaminants have been just percolating throughout the environment, and people in the nearby areas are breathing that stuff in. What I'm asking for the council to do is amend that ordinance, shorten the time, the length of time that it would take for an owner to come in and remediate that debris, or use the materials that we already spent money for, remediate that stuff ourselves, and fine or ticket the owner if they're not gonna do it. Send them the bill. Exactly. And yeah, exercise them in domain. For far too long, we've seen blighted properties, abandoned properties that just sit boarded up for time in and time out. Then you have people that are loitering and staying in those buildings, and guess what? Fires. Then the cycle continues. We rinse and repeat. Let's address the issue from the get-go. If we have a fire or a building collapse or whatever, we get in, we give the owner, just give me one moment, I'm gonna wrap it up. We give the owner an opportunity to do what they need to do, and if they don't, then we take the initiative and resolve the issue at its root. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Elvis Duran.
Mr. Durham.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? At first I was gonna come up here to do my announcements, but see, the community is concerned. But what I did not hear, what are y'all really concerned of? We need jobs. Good jobs in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. They building all these high-behind apartments, jobs. How about build a hotel, a nice hotel that could create jobs? Low-income apartments. Come on, talk about this. You got divertibles here. Big-time divertible with big dollars. Come on, we need low-income apartments. What's up with that performing arts center that's supposed to be happening across the street from Center City Mall? That red church building. I need to know information. It's what kind of performing arts center? Because these youth, they need a performing arts center to sing, rap. That's a performing arts center. And then people will be able to work, like maintenance, housekeeping, ushers, monitors, security. Is this going to be a performing arts center that's going to create jobs? And the youth and professional singers could come here and perform? Because this is what we need here in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. And city council. I reach out to every city council every year about having a summer jam. Only 2 reach out back to me. No, 3. 3. I'm surprised. Louis Velez, councilman. Aldis Mendez. Oh yeah, it was 4. Aldis Mendez, Councilman Aldis Mendez. Lisa Mims, Council at Laws, and Ruby Cotton. You say you care about the youth, right? You see the shooting? You care about the senior citizens? What's so hard for spending a couple dollars? All you got to do is buy hot dogs, hamburger, and get a DJ. You call it summer jam. I do it every doggone year. In Prospect Park, in Paterson, and I go to South Carolina. I do it with my own money. And guess what? I don't make a lot at the parking authority. Okay? So what's good, y'all? You care about the community. Let's protect the kids. Let's protect the senior citizens. Let's create a place for them to go. So while these cats want to shoot, the kids and the senior citizens could be out the way. Now I'm going to do my announcements. EDOM Productions. Just want to acknowledge the people that had started EDOM with me. Just want to say thank you to the late Randy Stevens, my best friend, Kasim Morrison, Corey LT, Joseph Leach. I want to say thank you. We going into a new era with my music production, and we taking over Passaic County in Jesus' name. Elvis Durham Outreach Music Productions presents Black History Celebration, Sunday, February 19 at 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., I'm looking for everybody in Passaic County to be there. It's going to be at my home church, Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey, my pastor, my cousin, Pastor Brenda Davis Gilbert. The speaker will be Apostle Gilbert. Also, special guest appearance by the mayor of Heldon, Mayor Johnson, the councilman of Prospect Park, Councilman Artist. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. Council President, I got one more announcement, and I'm gonna be out of your way, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm coming to the first war. Oh yeah, I'm coming to the first war. I'm coming to Michael Jackson war. What's good, Mike Jackson? How you doing? All right, all right. I'm coming to your war, my man. Oh yeah, I'm coming, and I'm coming for the people, okay? Hopefully you be in the building. EDO and Productions, Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Black History Celebration. Sunday, February 26th. Sunday, February 26th at 4 p.m. at New Generation, 170 North Main Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Thomas Perry. Special guest speaker will be Dr. William Henry. Special guest will be White Wolf of Paterson, New Jersey. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. And remember, the address is 170 North Main Street. That's Sunday, February 26th at 4 p.m. I'm looking for everyone to be there. And don't forget to check out my YouTube channel, y'all. Check out my YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. Okay? Just want to say, Councilwoman Whoopi Cotton, Happy Black History Month. Councilman Michael Jackson, Happy Black History Month. Councilwoman at Laws, Dr. Lisa Mims, Happy Black History Month. Always acknowledge the ones that came before you. God bless you and peace.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers, Mr. President.
Motion to close.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call to close the public portion of the municipal council meeting of Tuesday, February 14th, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Ryan, if you need to lower it because when we open the mic, it's gonna go through it.
That's not
Somebody else.
No, it's here.
Turn it off if you're not using it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm not going to speak on item 37. I urge everyone to stay here because when we vote on it, when the council president, I will gladly give my thoughts. And so my vote is yes to close, and please stay till we vote on item 37. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to make a few comments of what was said in the audience. I just want to say to the Felix of the Hughes family, our Corporation Council did compose another letter. They didn't even respond to the first letter. I'm not quite sure if even all the council members want to sign the letter, but I know that I instructed him when he sent it to me that we're going to send out another letter. They didn't even answer the first letter. I'm not sure if they did or not, but I just want to, I wish I had an answer. I wish I know what happened. I don't know, and nobody's responding. And you know what? You call people, and you could be a council person, and they don't call you back. You call Washington, D.C., you get the runaround. You call the state, you can't get nobody. Everybody's still working at home. They still not in the office. They still, so many things is just happening. But I know Corporation Council is going to be sending out another letter. I'm not quite sure all the council people have, is going to sign it. I'm not quite sure. I just want to talk about also, I wrote some notes down. People want to say that I do nothing. The only one really knows that I come here every day is those two ladies sitting over there. And when they come here and people are walking in off the street, and they don't care who they talk to, but they just want to talk to a council person. And let me just say that I have gotten just in these last 2 days, 3 people have walked in my office because they're afraid of their life. They're being threatened by their neighbors. They're being threatened by the hoods on the street. They're being threatened. I have to connect them now to the police department. And, and today I go down by the shooting. People know who they are. I say, you guys know who they are. You know them. You putting our little babies in danger. You don't even care. You shooting around the school. How you don't care? You down the street, you know who was that. I hear them running down the street. You know, boo-boo just shot so-and-so. Boo just, what? But you're not helping nobody to solve this? And I say to people that it's got to be us to say who's going to do what. It has to be us to say, I've gone to my house at 2 o'clock in the morning leaving council meeting, people waiting in my driveway, waiting to talk to me. Why you didn't call me on the phone? No. So when I leave here at night now, I got to call my kids. I got to wake one of them up because I'm not sure who's going to be out there. That's what I think that we need to. But to insinuate that we're not working, and we are. There's some things that we can do more than others. And I remember being in a meeting with Ras Barak out of Newark. And he said, it's not about being elected. It's about having power. Power is like the governor. Power is, when you sit on big boards like the Port Authority, New Jersey Transit. Those are power, the jobs that you can find for your people in the community. Those are things to me that's important. But we all here, and I want to say Whisper, you said it. There was no reason why it needed to be cut short. It should have played itself out. We kept asking why it couldn't be played out. We don't have an answer. I don't have an answer because they haven't given me an answer. Deborah Hannibal, I sat in that committee meeting when they was grilling you. You saw who was with you, and you saw who wasn't with you. They already had a plan. You understood that. But you know what? But I always say, what comes around goes around. Because you was well qualified. All these city's employees here in the city of Paterson went to you, Deborah. Any information they needed, civil service, they went to you, Deborah. Or if they didn't know where to go, I would tell them where they needed to go. But I just want to say also that there's just things that are happening. The police department was so busy today with Summer Street, with 10th and 23rd Street. Then I walked down Broadway, and let me tell you something. Those people on Broadway was on Broadway 30 years ago. Why you don't want to change? You don't want to change your life? You want to keep, why? But what I find is that I have learned more about drugs and what's good and methadone, and what we need is some kind of resource here, because our men's shelters and ladies' shelters are putting them out at 8 o'clock in the morning. Where do they go? They got nowhere to go. They're hanging on the street. Where do they go? So we need a place that they need to go to get resource and get help and things that they need. And also, I just want to also bring out, too, that UEZ, I went to the Leagues of Conference. People think we go on conventions to have fun or to gamble. But I go to conferences to learn. I go to conferences to see what I can bring back to my city. And when I went to the UEZ meeting, it was being held by Lieutenant Sheila Oliver, our Lieutenant Governor. And what I learned about the UEZ is that it could be used for a lot more other stuff. Because during the pandemic, when I ride around the 4th Ward, a lot of businesses was affected. They're closed down. They're not even open. But the UEZ can help also with that. You got to remember now, the governor, Chrissy, shut it down. So it's been 5 or 6 years that we're able to bring it back. But it's a tool that we can use, for the city, because a lot of businesses could get help through through the UEZ. And my last comment, Council President, please. 204, 206 Harrison Street, 16-unit building. We ain't got no equipment big enough to handle knocking down 16 unit. No, it was 12 units, and 5 of them was occupied. Only 5 out of the 12 was occupied. Right now, I don't want to talk about the people, but I remind people sometimes, when you have homeowners insurance, make sure you got replacement costs and not value. Because replacement costs, my house is valued at $245, but it's going to cost me $700 to rebuild it. So you got to have a replacement. This owner of this property, and I sent a letter to the administration that there's a law, there's so many laws that we need to change. He got 60 days to tear that down, 60 days. It is now a month and 2 weeks, a month in, and the equipment is still there. The company that he used has been a major problem. And I said to Corporation Council, there are companies here that I would not vote on because I know how bad they are. They're bad companies. They don't do work they need to do. So the issue now, and I want to bring it to RBA and Corporation Council, this guy is not going to be able to pick this stuff up. It costs $100,000 to pick that pile. That's the cost to pick that pile up on Harrison Street, $100,000. I'm requesting to the BA now and to Corporation Council, if he can't have this up by the end of the week, you gotta find some money to pay a contractor to come in to pick that up. Because right now, our law says he got 60 days, but he's underinsured. He got a company that is no good. I'm on the phone in Corporation Council. I know I shouldn't even be talking with them. I need this stuff picked up because it's just horrible over there. It's just absolutely horrible. But I just want to say to the community, and my last thing is that I went to the Board of Ed meeting the other night. I think it was last week, it might have been. You got a $600 million budget. You know how many people was there? 10. 10. By the time I spoke, it was only 4 left. You got a $600 million budget. Understand what's going on. See what the line, they was trying to explain why certain things. And one thing I learned at the meeting, and I didn't understand it, is that charter schools, right? Charter school students comes out of the Paterson Board of Education money. I did not know that. So it's $150 million that's going to charter. So now we ain't got 600. We don't got 600 million no more. Now we got 400 and something. And you got to remember, the law says, even if they're not documented, even if they're not legal, we still got to teach them. We still got to do that. I'm just saying somebody need to go to that Board of Education because they're building more charter schools. They're doing it more. But we have to teach children who's not documented. We have to teach children who's not legally here. The law says that this is what we have to do. So I just want to say that there's a lot of things that's going on. I'm just upset with these young people out here in our streets that putting our children in danger. They're putting all of us in danger. Because what if you walking down the street at 10th Avenue at 1 o'clock and the bullet just flying everywhere? And you guys out there know. You know. I said to them, you guys know. You know who was shooting. And then a couple of them go drive their own self to the hospital. How you drive your own self to the hospital? So throw them in the car. Like, how you do that? They just put them in the car. And then you get there and you don't want to talk. But they coming for you again. They're going to come for you. Council President, I just want to see, there's a lot of things that, and the Red Lemon Board, let me tell you, my appointment is Charlotte Sepperson. That's my appointment. She been going to the meeting and they not been showing up because they can't get a quorum. It's just like here. 5 of us don't show up, we can't have a meeting. So if they don't show up, they can't have a meeting. This man over there, Corporation Council, been reaching out since October, to get council members to send me your name, who you want to be on the board. That's all he's waiting for right now. I think 4 of us have sent our names in. So we're just waiting because it's so dearly, dearly needed that we need that Red Lemon Board back. I just want to say, Deborah Hannibal, I'm glad you told your story. I'm glad you told your story. And I need to know, and I said to the other lady, McRae, something's going to come out of this. I don't know what, but something's going to come. Because to me, it should have been left. Just left and see what happened. Council President, With that being said, I know, I usually don't, but I'm taking up Councilman Jackson's time. That's okay, I'm just saying, I'm just, so, with that being said, Council President, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, this is our deputy clerk here. She's been working really hard. They're short-staffed. To run a clerk's office is very difficult. I mean, I visit a lot of offices in the city, whether it's community improvement, whether it's health department, whether it's personnel, whether it's finance or something. And you can see that, I can tell you one thing, that the city clerk's office works diligently to get these meetings together, to put all this paperwork together that we have to look at every day. I know. No, I want her to be our next city clerk, put it that way. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I wrote a few notes. The first thing I wrote on the top of my page, which I think is extremely significant, is murder is business as usual in the city of Paterson. It's very disheartening to some of the gentlemen from the UEZ corridor. We get text messages on a daily basis, and it's just like it goes so casual. Another non-fatal shooting, 2 fatal shootings, 2 critical conditions. It's like it's just business as usual. And it's very relevant because it's very indicative on which section of the community these infractions take place, and which, how people receive them. So I want to start here. Brother Hussein, I'm extremely proud of the accomplishments of your family, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity to acknowledge that. I think that, through my tenure, I've shown my total unbias all the time. I think that every person, every community, every group of people deserve the same or are entitled to the same thing. They should have an opportunity to be acknowledged when they accomplish something well, and should have an opportunity to showcase those accomplishments. I think that should be fairly done across the board, and it's part of the reason why I stood forward. In fact, it was and I know you recall, because I'm sure your community recalls greatly, it was a very controversial moment when the Hadan was being passed. I stood out in spite of members of my community, 5 or 6 African-American pastors that came here and said, listen, this is a matter of spiritual warfare and we can't do this. And I felt that was not the case. I felt that every person in this community deserved the right to have themselves clearly represented. I don't practice the Muslim faith. I'm very knowledgeable about some of the practices, but I chose to support that. In fact, I chose to support my brother Shaheen Khalik at the time because I felt that he had an enormous amount of integrity, and regardless of what. And I told the people that I made my commitment, and I'm going to stand fast on that because I am a person with the highest level of integrity. Never once have anyone ever seen me here change my vote in midway, say one thing one day and do something the next. I've never done that. What I've done is receive a knife in my back for that support. And I'm going to just say right now, when I came to them in support of members of the African American community when they were being slighted, I did not get the reciprocation of that support. When I came forward to get the support for Brook Slope, it was the same thing. Please, can you televise the workshop? Council President, I have a presentation to make. I was denied that opportunity. Then requesting for the workshop to be televised. Oh, it's never been done before, and we don't have to do that. No, it was done. So, integrity is what I stand on. And, when this administration came forward, I still never do you ever hear me disrespect anyone. Honesty, truth, and integrity is not disrespect. When you call a spade, that's not disrespect. I've shown this woman, our BA, nothing but the utmost respect. She chose to take pen to paper, and she wrote a letter about me in the newspaper, a letter to the editor. I guess she felt that because I was a Paterson educated person, I wasn't gonna be able to have the ability to reciprocate that and return the gesture and writing a return letter to the editor myself. I didn't get any more letters to the editor, because truth sometimes is very heavy, it's hard to handle, it's hard to carry. But I tell you what, I did sit here in this room when Deborah Hannibal was extremely disrespected by this woman and tried to characterize her as being incompetent. When the writing is on the wall, people, read it. Read it. Because I have stood forward not only for African American people who have been slighted, but just for Paterson people. So when you have well-qualified, competent people being shook to the side for people who don't even have a college degree, and then they're put in the position and they're paid the salary and they're put in there as acting, when people who have the position, who live in the city, are being passed over, I have been here consistently. Show me anyone else who have done that. Ms. Muhammad, you know it. When Milton Robinson was illegally passed over, I'm not going to mention any of the names of the people who are still employed by the city, because the retaliation tactics are incredible. Director Gilmore, that's going to cost us money. Milton Robinson was supposed to cost us money, but they paid him off. Chief Bakora, another one that cost the city money. But back to the Milton Robinson point. A person they put in a position that didn't have qualifications. Civil Service wrote a letter saying this person does not have the qualifications to hold the position. They ignored it. They didn't even give the letter to the council. We had to find it backdoor a year later after the letter was submitted. And this practice is very common, of passing someone over and putting someone there of less qualifications. It happened in the BA's office when the assistant BA had to open a lawsuit and it was settled and it wasn't brought before the council, but it was paid out. How about Frederick Douglass? George Meadows, another illegal firing. How about Mr. Tyree Belmere? First on the list, still passed over. And it's, this is a civil service process. No, it's not. It's a lie. It's a fallacy. And what's happening here is integrity has been compromised. And that's why I've stopped. I will not play. I'll be honest with you. I'm a poor politician. I'm not here to play politics. I understand that our community is in dire condition. So whether your jewelry store is being robbed or whether you're being shot on 10th Avenue, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. And when you ignore one, the ripple effect has an impact on the entire community. The entire community. Let's talk about all of the illegal dwelling spaces. I had a former employee that they have on video who had to jump out of a third floor window in an illegal attic apartment. He had to climb 3 feet to a ladder while his significant other was carried out by a fireman. Illegal attic and basement apartments, they ignore that. But yet, if I have people who have these empty lots that they want to all of a sudden control, getting hit with $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 fines. Oh, we're not being lenient anymore, but you could go right outside to the furniture store where all the illegal furniture is still piled up on the sidewalk. And it just consistently happens. That lovely equipment that you're talking about, Mr. Rucker, that's because the head of that department has not found out a way to capitalize off of it yet. So we spent, it's not too little. It's not, Councilwoman, I didn't say one word. I was extremely patient. You don't have experience building anything. I've built multiple things. I know I've ran a machine of that size, smaller. It is not too little. It is not too little. Were those machines too little to tear down that parking garage on Ward and Memorial? No, they weren't. They chipped at it. It took a little longer, but they chipped at it. what, they needed an extra large jumbo truck? No, it's the same equipment. It is the same equipment. What it takes is a will to do right by the public. We spent over $1 million on that equipment, just like we spent $1 billion in the last 7 years. How about the $100 million at Hinchcliffe Stadium that all the jobs was promised to come into Paterson? Yet this council's still standing still on that. And I'm gonna stand on it because, you know, it's extremely disappointing. You don't win an at-large seat without having the support from every member of this community. And the African-American community supporting certain candidates, and yet they have yet to show, they come and say, oh, you have my 400% support. Where is it? When is it gonna take place? After Brook Slope loses the facility? Oh, and they feel the power of prayer. No, we didn't ask anybody to pray. We asked for them to make the commitment and do the work that's necessary. I'm gonna tell you where I made a mistake. I went around in the 2nd Ward in the last election and I knocked on every door. I had a list of all the African-American voters because I felt at that time that alliance in certain directions was gonna be detrimental. And I supported the brother. And yet and still, on a matter such as importance of this tonight, I couldn't get a second. I'm not here advocating for Mike Jackson. And guess what? Let's just say I did something wrong. Let's say I didn't do it correctly. Who on this council stepped forward to say, oh, let me do it correctly then? If I did it incorrectly and I didn't follow the correct procedures, then where was the support, right? Instead of the blocking. Now, we're gonna make sure this item doesn't get on. But it wasn't done incorrectly. And I consistently do it the same way every single time. Robert Rules of Order is very plain and simple. So is our policies through our city code. Anyone can make, Councilman Abdelaziz said, hey, make a motion right now on the floor. We can take a vote. Anyone can make a motion on the floor on any item, and then once that item is voted upon, it can be drafted and ratified to follow as suited, as has been voted on. But this council on this item, this matter, has chose to take a stance that we can't do it because they're protecting the people that are doing what's wrong in our community now. You want to know why the policing is so poor? Because the hierarchy within the department, even now, I'm going to say this in close, I don't want to labor it too long. Even now, as the chief has taken the position as acting, he understands that it's not much that he can do because they will remove him as fast as he was put there. And I'll say this last thing, Ms. Muhammad. I'm going to tell you, because people sit here and tell you, you know who is with you. Well, right now, the deputy clerk is not the deputy clerk. Why? Because there is no clerk. So therefore, she's been doing the job as acting. Has she been compensated for it? No. Has she been put in the role as acting? No. Because they're trying to pass her over as well. And that's racially motivated as well. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. So people can say what they want to say. Your actions speak louder than your words. And all it takes is consensus of a few to do the right thing. And when it doesn't happen, and people wonder why, they make it seem like I'm paying people to come to the podium and talk about, oh, Mike Jackson, you're doing this, Mike. People see what's happening. People are not blind. So I'm hoping that everybody wakes up because today is this community, tomorrow it will be yours. Don't think you're exempt. Don't think you're exempt from this kind of treatment. Madam Clerk, continue to be awesome.
Thank you.
Continue to be awesome, as Officer McCray was told. And as I fight for her, I will fight for you. And I'm sure people will begin to line up for you as they have for her. I'm going to contract Whisper myself to come and speak on your behalf. Because that young lady, let me take my hat off to you once again. You have outdone yourself again. And I'm only hopeful that this time your views is 5 million. Because this thing cannot continue to go in the dark. Madam Clerk, phenomenal job. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely, there was a lot of member of the community that came into the mic. I got so no. Let me just address a few comment. Ernie, don't leave. Definitely, Ernest Rourke and Dave Gilmo, you both mentioned something extremely important. I'm very concerned about the future of the city of Paterson right now. And I'm not speaking as an elected official. I'm speaking about as a taxpayer, as a father of three, investing in the city of Paterson. Within the 24 hours, we got six people being shot in the city of Paterson. We got 6 people shot within 24 hours. And you know what caught my attention, Ernie? That we still have the mayor going around doing press conference that doesn't make any sense. Because of his action, because the way he's saying things, I mean, he's been costing the city of Paterson millions of dollars with his action, with his comments. And I believe that from the administration, Madam BA, somebody, we need to have a conversation. When 6 people have been shot in the city of Paterson, you have South Paterson business owner that they don't feel safe. Our children doesn't feel safe. Broadway look horrible. Horrible. Panhandling everywhere. I mean, it's just a shame. The city is filthy, and you have the mayor doing all those press conferences, maybe 1 or 2 every day. I mean, the reason why I'm afraid and concerned about the future of the city of Paterson is because when you're a leader and you see that the problem is right in front of you, you're not paying attention, it's because you might don't care, or I don't know what happened, what's going on with you, what happened with it. Something have to be done, Madam BA. I want something to be different in the council now. We have so many members of the community that came to speak. Everything, all the minute, we have all the minute. Madam BA, on the following meeting, before the workshop, we should receive a list of all the complaints from the community with the solution and the follow-up from the administration. Because the administration is responsible to do a follow-up. They are the one in charge of all the director. I should not be calling a director of any department. I should direct to the administration, and they have to call the director. That's how things work in the city. Now, I want to see that list of complaints from the community with a solution right next to. Couple of days after the regular meeting, we will give you 2 or 3 days. But before the workshop, we should have all those complaints, all those concerns, and to go over. And I'm expecting to see that at the next workshop because everything is there. Now, Ms. Deborah, I want to thank you for coming into the council. I feel my emotion when, I just, when I hear your story. Unfortunately, I never received your letter because I was elected in May, but they took my seat, illegally, and they made me run. They forced me to run again in November. They were thinking that they will take me out. So guess what? I won again. So I won this seat twice in a year. So in November, I took my position. I did have an opportunity to go over your letter. And but I'm all about solving problem. We already have enough problem in our city as it is. If you look around, and the reason why I'm saying this is because you mentioned something very important. Personal matter have to be discussed in closed section. When I'm running for election, I go out there. If you got more vote than me, go ahead and and just let's do an election. But when I'm sitting here, I do things the right way. When there's a problem, we'll start speaking about the problem. I call for a executive session. I call for a special meeting in closed section to talk about that because I'm all about solving problems. Sometimes you take a topic because it's popular and you're going to see the people supporting you, but you're not going to be able to accomplish anything. I'm not sitting here to do that. Every time there's a problem related with personal matter, I always call for a closed section. Let's have a discussion and let's fix it. And Ms. Barbara, if we could definitely get her back on the list, we're going to do what we have to do to get her back on the list. If we have to fight against Trento, we have to. But we have to come together. Don't think this is not about us. Trento, they're making so many decisions, so many policies in place that are affecting this community in such a horrible way. Let me just give you an example. In the third ward, in the historic district, I have 2 rehabilitation centers on a residential area. There was an individual that two entities, they opened a rehab center on a nice neighborhood, residential, no commercial, without our permission, because the state put a license in place, license F, that you don't need city approval to open a rehab center right next to your house. How will you feel if you wake up in the morning and you see a rehab center right next to your house? I'm very sure that the mayor knows about it. I mean, somebody. As a councilman, I didn't know about it. I find out because of the neighbor. They told me what's going on, and I say, let me get to the bottom of this. So I'm saying this because a lot of things happen in Trento that we have no control. But we have to come together as one community to fight back, but to find solution, not to come here and beat each other, because we quite honestly don't have the solution of everything. But I agree with you 100%. If there's a personal matter, I don't care how we fix it. Let's do a closed section. Let's bring everybody into the table, and let's correct the problem. With that being said, last but not least, Ms. Wahida, Bruce Love has 1 year to come back into the council with everything to go over the pilot program. I do real estate for a living. When I check their document, the projection for construction was from 2018. I spoke with the person in charge of Bruce Love, and I told her, listen, those numbers, you cannot use those numbers. Everything changed from 2018 to 2022. When we have the discussion before the new year, everything changed. You have to come back. So we did the right thing at the council. We did the right thing by extending the pilot for 1 year until they came back. I was sitting on the finance committee. I have nothing to win or lose. I'm here to represent the people and help the people. That's all I can do. And I noticed that they didn't have all the document in place. So they have a whole year to come back and get it done the right way. And I'll be here supporting them the same way I supported, voting yes on them to make sure that they stay on those property. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Councilman, you don't have the floor. Councilwoman Mims?
So, good evening.
Trenton already confirmed
Councilman,
that
you don't have the
her
floor,
case
Councilman. This is not a
locally here.
debate.
Sitting here lying to the public, we're not going to sit here and sit still for that.
Good evening, Paterson, and to the public that is here. To the business administration and to the mayor, I'm sure he's watching. If there is a way to recertify Ms. McRae, because it's not in this purview, and I know a lot of times people come to the microphone and they yell because we're the people that are sitting here. But a lot of the stuff we're being yelled at is not in our purview. We can't hire, we can't fire, we can't even make a request to recertify. That can be done through the administration. They can send it to civil service and say, we want the list reopened so that we can look through it and screen. And I know we could do it because when former Mayor Joey Torres was here, he did it. They scrubbed lists to make sure that the officers and the people that served look like the community. He made sure of that. So we can do it. So I'm putting it on the floor to this administration that a letter should be sent to make the request of recertification in regards to this situation, and then a response given to this council. Secondly, there were so many speakers, I don't even know where to start. Let's go to, there's two bills that were mentioned. These are Assembly and Senate bills. They're not ordinances from the council. So the place to speak on these would be on the Assembly floor and the Senate floor. Not here because we don't write A bills or S bills. So that, I have the floor, not you, you spoke. I have the floor.
Okay.
I have the floor. I have the floor, and I am a resident. I have the floor. I have the floor. I have the floor. You're not a resident here. As well as many other things that were stated. Ms. Hannibal, I've known you for a long time, and I have never heard you speak that many words. And I was godly proud of you tonight. It brought a tear to my eye. You know why? because the committee assignments from this council are given by the council president. And when you had your meeting, it was a personnel committee. And I'm putting it to the public that you would Oprah all the city council committee assignments over the last 4 to 5 years. Because when you had that meeting or conversation, I was not a part of it. I was not on the committee, have never been a part of that committee. But there were people on that committee that heard, listened, all that stuff. And it's just a sad occurrence that we're still in 2023 and we're still begging for what we're supposed to have. We should not have to beg for stuff that we followed the civil service process. We took the test. We've done the work. You got your education. You have the experience. You have everything in place. You should not have had to go through that experience. And it's heart-wrenching because I'm sure there are many women that can attest to the same thing. How we've been overlooked, bypassed, talked about, lied, criticized, and the list goes on and on. So I commend everyone, you, Ms. McCray, and I commend all of you that take stands, and other people that have taken stands, and people that have been silent, but other people have taken stands, and I commend all of you for doing that because it's important, because if you don't say something, no one knows. I also want to talk about, for the De Jesus family, I am continuing to pray for them. But I have to put this back on the record. We were asked back in the October timeframe if all council members would sign a letter that would be sent to the Attorney General's office. I was apprehensive because I knew it wasn't going to do anything. I said, but you know what? Since everyone's saying it, I will sign this letter. It is now Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2023. And I'm not saying they should have said we're doing, this is what's happening in the case or whatever, but the fact that the Attorney General never responded. We sent the letter signed from every council member in November. And we saw the return receipt, and I called the Attorney General's office, as I said I would. And I questioned if they got the letter, and they did. And I stated to them, our municipality deserves a response. Whether the response says we can't do anything, we're working on it or whatever, but there should be some level of response. If someone, it's like I sent you a letter and you felt like you just left it there. We deserve a response. And I put the request out to Corporation Counsel, and I know he's working on a follow-up, but the follow-up, even if no one signs it, should be we sent the letter in November. What happened? You never respond. Responded to the council of a person in our community who's been missing for over a year. There should have been something. I've never heard of that in my life, that you send something to a higher superior office and there's no response at all. I'm not saying they need to say this is happening or that's happening, but there should have been something. Here's another part. The UEZ, 1.7 million. So this item was on the agenda a few times. It was actually 1.5 million. And I took a hard stand. And I didn't care if no one liked it, wouldn't like me, wouldn't vote me back in. Could care less. But when this item came before us, there are 6 posts in the item. I made a recommendation that if Urban Enterprise Zone is going to give dollars to provide police presence in areas, why don't we do a strategic plan and align it near the hotspot areas? Because we have hotspot areas like 10th Avenue, Straight Street, that are in UEZ zones. That was my recommendation. After back and forth here in the council, they said we're going to amend it on the floor. They said we're going to increase the dollars and do it. It never happened. So because they didn't want to do it, they pulled the item from the agenda and left it on the sideline. It was pulled. So I get called to a meeting, right, in regards to this item, and you know I'm going to always speak the truth. because I keep the receipts. I pulled the document from what was promised to us and what was present. And post 5 and 6 was empty. So that says we're going to go over into, I love the 6th Ward, so they know I love South Paterson. We're going to go over there and provide police protection. But over in the 4th Ward, where people are getting shot and killed, you get nothing. On Broadway, where we know the crime is bad, you get nothing. On Park Ave, where the crime is bad, you get nothing. On Market Street and 23rd, Vreeland Ave, you get nothing. So you know what I said? I'm going to be a no vote. And if it don't get added, I'm going to vote no. And I had to get almost into a heated battle in the hallway because it still was not added after it was told to me, because I called. On Fridays, we get our packet from the administration. When it wasn't updated properly, I called the director. And I said, you made a commitment that the police presence would be all over the city, not segmented in a certain section, and it would be all over. And he said, yeah. So he sent me a text of the updated form. And I said, okay, if it's on there, we're fine. We come to the workshop last week. It wasn't in here. And let me say something to the public. If you vote on something that's not before you, it's not going to happen. And so I got into a heated discussion in the hallway, and I made my point clear, and I said, this has got to be updated. And you know what's sad? Since last week, just today, there were shootings right on 10th Ave. And I was in the building. I worked there. I'm glad to see that it's added in the item. It's here now. I'm grateful that it's added. And it's not where people are saying it's only in this area. No, it would have been, but MIMS took a stand and said, I am not going to support. I'm going to make sure, because the high crime areas in Paterson are the 1st, 4th, and 5th. Statistics have proven it. There's data that shows it. And I also think it's sad, in closing, that we have so many people, black and brown people, that have been shot and killed in this community, and there's nothing being said. Nothing from the administration. It is so hurtful to the heart. I don't know some of these children, but it doesn't matter. I'm a mom. I'm a grandmother. And the fact that there's nothing being said, at least pull out the podium and do a press conference and say, you know, community, it may be hard now because there's nothing been said for years, but I'm just saying, you've got to take a stand and say, we're working on it, we're investigating, we're doing something, but not to say nothing. Not to say nothing is so sad, and it breaks my heart because it's the black and brown community. And I'm not taking up for whatever they're doing because I don't know what they're doing. I have no clue, and that's none of my business. But if you know that in your community these things are happening, you should say something. And then when the Attorney General steps up and says he found wrongdoing in a situation, in a case, then you should just not say nothing. Don't say nothing. The Attorney General said, yes, we found a gun, and I'm quoting his words. We found a gun, no fingerprints. We found a gun almost around the corner, none of the DNA. And so I'm going to do and put these charges out. The Attorney General said that. Why was a statement made? Don't say nothing. Another black and brown situation in our community. It is very sad, and I agree, Councilwoman Cotton. When I hear people say, we're not doing nothing, we're not saying nothing, we get these calls, 2 and 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Me and Councilwoman Cotton, we have met up together so she wouldn't go by herself and I wouldn't go. We're at the hospital, we're everywhere. Meeting up in these situations, and I say this in close, sound like a preacher. In close, workshops need to be public. And anyone that tries to convince another council person not to do it, you got to question why. If nothing is to be hidden, expose it. Because a lot of stuff gets said and done in workshop and in our meetings, and then we have to come back next week and fight through it because you don't believe us because you didn't see it. So if workshops happen, you'll see everything we're saying. You'll hear it, you'll be able to go back, pull the tape, and you'll be able to utilize it for whatever your rationale and your reasons are. When we are running for office, we go to every door. We don't say, this community lives there, that community lives there. We knock on every door for a vote. If we choose not to publicize workshops, that means we don't care about the total community. That means we have an issue with opening and letting the community know what's going on. We're living in serious times. Serious times. Our children are under siege, our families, our business owners, they're under siege. Everybody. And I always tell people, fact check. Because some people will say things to people, and you'll sit in these rooms with these people and have these great meetings, and they're telling half-truths or part of the truth. They're not telling you what's really going on. And then we come to the meeting, and we start pointing fingers at people that have no clue what you're talking about. And I agree, Ms. Wahida, about the rent leveling board. We pushed it, Health and Human Services. I'm the vice chair of that committee. It is on the agenda for first reading. The reason why it was defunct, the rent leveling committee, because when they picked, and I wasn't on the council at the time, when they picked their people, they did not show up to the meetings and there was no quorum. If you don't have 5 people to show up, you can't have a meeting. Corporation Council has been requesting names, and hopefully we'll get all that information by the time prayerfully this will get approved. We made some adjustments where there'll be a secretary. The appointments will get a stipend now where they didn't get paid before. They will get a $75 per meeting stipend, and these adjustments are in the item. And prayerfully these things will get approved. Paterson, I know we can say, well, we got 46 items and we didn't get to any business. But my thing is the business of the public. The public came here and there was 23 people speaking. That was business. Because everybody needs to know what's going on in this community. And we have to stop slighting certain communities over other communities. We have to stop it. Because when we run for office, we're out there for everybody. I got you. Oh, I'm going to stand with you. And then when we sit here, the community's like, where are you? Where are you? And we have to represent everybody. The UEZ item is updated where it could get my support, but if it was not, I was not going to support an item where people got shot today on 10th Ave and we were not going to put officers there. I was not going to support it. And look, they would have been mad, whoever, but I was not going to support it in the face of the black and brown community. I would have never supported that because it's sad that it even came forward with that information like that in the first place. And I say it back before we do the UEZ in the future, do the strategic plan so we can save money. We're working smarter, not harder. We're putting this plan together without any statistical data attached to it, and we're going to be having officers over here. They may not have as much pull, but officers over here are getting worn out. Madam Clerk, happy Valentine's Day to you and my secretary. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, everyone. Those who are watching, or those who are here and watching us live one more time. Thank you, those who came here in support of my sponsored resolution of recognizing the last week of March as a Bangladesh Heritage Week. Thank you for coming here. Also supporting one of the resolutions that's to recognize and honor the life and legacy of Mr. Hussain. Thank you for coming here and showing your support toward it. And thank you, everyone, those who shared your concern, because I can correct myself from your voice. Whatever you share, I can fix if I walk in the wrong direction. So let's start this way. When I take the oath on July 1st of 2022, I 3 nights, drive around the city, walk around the city to address quality of life issues. And let me be very specific. It was summertime. Most of the words, I say all 6 words, then when I drive around, most of the phone calls come to me is about the noise complaint. I called police department overnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's on the record, I'm saying it. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm calling the police officers to respond to those calls. And what happened is, they go to these addresses, talk to the people, and I would say, never issued any ticket. So far I saw. And sometimes they did, maybe. So let me be clear, why is that? And I want to see why this matter I brought on and amended, about 2-3 weeks ago. So the reason they were not able to summon any ticket because the ordinance that we adopted in 2011, it says if the noise is over 85 decibel, then they can first warn. Second time, they can issue someone up to and fine up to $500. So I sat down with my corporation counsel. I said, Corporation Counsel, what part is missing? Because of that, our officers are not able to give a summons, give a ticket. You know what? Our officers do not have decibel meter to measure the range of the noise. Then how are they going to give a ticket? I said, what are the possible ways we can fix it? And it's not about any part of city of Paterson. I'm talking about the entire city of Paterson. I sat down with my corporation counsel. I said, here what we can do. If the noise can be heard from 25 feet distance from the source of the noise, then the person will be ticketed. And we came up with the amendment that we do not have to give any warning. We can go, police officer go and give a ticket to those who are breaking the law. And that states in current ordinance that I sponsored, and with my support of my council colleagues, that is already passed about 3 weeks ago, it says the minimum fine is $500 and maximum $2,000. And I believe with the enforcement of this ordinance that I brought in this summer, I think we can control the noise issue. That's one thing I did. I'm talking about my legislative part that I'm doing, other than other jobs I'm mentioning. Parking crisis. You all have experience about the parking crisis. Every week, if you take a look at the agenda, every week we have about 20 to about 50 applications for handicap parkings. I sat down with the corporation counsel and said, well, how can we control that? And the answer came back that it's a state statute, we cannot really do anything with this. I went to 3 other towns, measured their parking sizes. I videotaped myself. I sent to the corporation counsel. As a corporation counsel, I got 3 cities, towns, their parking sizes are 18 feet, not 22 feet. Let's say 4 feet from the parkings. And this is in committee's hand to review now. That's what I did now. This is not for any particular part of the city. This is for the entire city of Paterson. Let's talk about the other part that I did. When we are $18 million hole in this budget, I sat down with this administration. I said, okay, the 3 other cities are doing reverse tax appeal process. What does that mean? It means that, for example, a business owners have a big building, and this is a fact though, that the homeowners are paying average $6 per square foot taxes, while the commercial buildings average paying $3 per square feet. I said, we need reverse tax appeal process. It means that if I supposed to pay $10 taxes, and if I pay $5, I have to give that $5 back to the city. I'm talking about this now, and hopefully it's gonna come up at some certain point. And I came up with the examples of what other places were getting benefit out of this. This is not for any particular part of the city. This is for all of us. If you say Councilman Dean is not representing everyone, this is not, if you tell me that, is it for any particular group of people? No. When we are talking about this gap, I sat down with this administration and I talked about the commuter taxes. The people, the employers, employees coming from out of the towns, can we have commuter taxes? I'm not sure where it's going to go, but all the ideas I'm talking about, I'm sitting down. What's the possible way we can solve the problem? Now, let's talk about serving the constituents. How many council members did you see walking on the street every day? When I got called last week from downtown area, and I know we all have the experience that the sellers, the vendors are selling products on the city street. I got pictures. I sent to the particular department. I walked 2 hours last Saturday, talked to all the business owners in downtown area, then I went to everyone. I talked to everyone. I gave my business card. Sorry, if you see any vendor selling on the street, please give me a call, because I need more evidence on this. I took pictures. I posted on social media. I reached out to my corporation council. I said, Corporation Council, can I have the legislation that we have about the vendors that are selling on the street? What part of the legislation is missing? Because of that, our officers are not able to summon a ticket. And what I studied, and I found out that they cannot stand anywhere to sell their products. They can walk around, they can sell their products, but they cannot make a stand. I called my mayor as well. I talked to him. I said, what we can do? Because our traditional market is losing business. Because they are paying taxes in the city. They are paying high rents in the city. We cannot lose business because of that. That's what I did. Now tell me, who am I serving? What part of Paterson am I serving? Now, let me just cover my director, Billy Rodriguez, right here. The traffic superintendent, Statuto, ask him how many times, how many lights, potholes I report every week. How many of them? If you say this is easy, no, this is not easy. You have to walk on the street to find this problem. Even last Sunday, I was walking in 3rd Ward and reported so many potholes. It's now really, I'm trying to say the other council members are not doing their job. No. Everyone is doing their job, but I'm talking about myself, what I'm doing. If you say, I am not going to every single part of the city of Paterson. I scheduled myself that 2 days I'll be in 1st and 2nd Ward, 2 days I'll be in 3rd and 4th Ward, and 2 days I'll be in 5th and 6th Ward. That's how I schedule myself, to make sure that I respond to everyone. What else I should, and I have to thank everyone, those who spoke. Thank you for my brothers, those who came here and talked about the issues that South Paterson business is experiencing. It's not really South Paterson, it's the entire city of Paterson. The police response rate is frustrating level right now. We cannot really just depend on the EUZ money, but we have to make sure that we have to fix this problem. I am talking about, in last workshop session I mentioned that. I sat down with the director, Jerry Spazil. I talked about what we can do to make sure, is it possible to have Class 2 officers so that they can address the quality of life issues, and regular officers can do real crime issues, so we can fix this problem. I sit down with him. I sit down with him to talk about why police officers come to our academy, and our city is paying for their academy fees, and they leave our city. So he said that they are working on the 5-year plan, that if someone gets hired by us, then they have to work at least 5 years in the city before they make their move. This is what I am doing. This is for the city of Paterson. If you really mention about Brooks Road is not about African American issue. It's our people. They came to this meeting right here. They were not prepared, or whatever issue. I supported their 1-year extension. It's not really one person supporting something and moving through. No. If you talk about the televised meetings, it's not really moving forward for Councilwoman Mims. I am co-sponsoring it, and without my vote, it's not going anywhere. So you have to count on this. So this is what I'm doing. If you say Michelle Dean or Councilman Dean is serving for the particular group of people, that is wrong. I am everywhere in the city, everywhere. I'm walking more than I walked before during my campaign time. So thank you so much, everyone, and we are closing the public session. I forgot about
Public
it.
portion.
Thank you for everything. For closing the public session, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I read all my notes from everybody. I will reach out to you with the concern. My vote is yes, please. Let's get moving.
Thank you. Mr. President.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. You know, it is very important that you show up every meeting and voice your concern. And also, I know our Ms. Jones wrote down every complaint and everything, every person came in the podium. Make sure Corporation Council, Madam BA, we address those concerns, like Councilman Mendez said. And my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Public portion is hereby closed.
Madam Clerk, we'll take item number 37 now.
Thanks God, I sent the flower before tonight.
Item number 37 is a resolution approving the Paterson Urban Enterprise Zone Division of Department of Economic Development to utilize $1.7 million of Urban Enterprise Zone Assistance Funds for the Commercial Corridor Quality of Life Off-Duty Police Safety Project.
So moved.
It's Economic Development Resolution number 23:08.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, and second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Udin.
Adeliziz.
Roll call on item number 37.
Roll call on item number 37 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
I can't believe you said pass.
Councilwoman
I
Cotton.
can't believe how you say pass. Oh, my goodness. Pass?
Councilwoman Khan?
We're on number 37, right?
Yes.
I just want to say to the community out there, the issue was some of the concerns about the entire city. It was about the entire city. But I know, with the police department, most of the overtime is in the 1st and the 4th ward. They are in there. I don't care what time of day. I done made 3 calls since just sitting here. But the issue was too that we needed to see it. We just needed to see it. But the overtime money is spent in the 1st and the 4th ward on a daily basis. And I know that there's other things we want to do with the UEZ. I've learned a lot, and I know what it can do for our city, and it's about moving our city forward. What I find sometimes is you have to go beyond and go see what another UEZ city looks like. Because I always say to people, don't get stuck here. If you don't see what something else looks like, you don't know what to do. So you need to see. And I've gone to Jersey City and I see UEZ. So with that being said, they put some of the things in there. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Finally, we have item 37 in front of us. And let me just say that, I mean, this is the right time to vote on this item. Why? As you mentioned from one of the council members, that it was only $1.5 million allocated to this item. We have a very extensive discussion on the committee, and Councilwoman Mims, she was fighting, yes, advocating, and she was fired up. We want more area included in this item. We have, as a member of the Economic Development Committee, we have a very extensive hours with the director and Councilman Velez and other council members talking about how we're gonna split all the 12 offices that we're gonna have here with a supervisor. And I'm very pleased to see all the area, because we cover in downtown, Memorial to Cianci, Memorial to Wall Street, Broadway, South Paterson, Crooks Avenue, Madison Avenue, People's Park, 21st Avenue, Summer Street, East 26th, Park Avenue, Market Street, Straight Street, 10th Avenue, which is, you hear from our council colleague, there was a shooting on 10th Avenue. So we're gonna have police presence there. Brilliant Avenue, as a councilman of the 3rd Ward, I know all the problem that we're facing on Brilliant Avenue, on Park Avenue, and East 33rd. People double parking, breaking the law on the corner. So we're gonna have police presence in those areas. I definitely believe that we should put more resources into those areas. The city is not safe. We all know that. Not only South Paterson, 10th Avenue, the 1st Ward, the 2nd. I mean, we have problems in terms of safety, and I'm proud to support this legislation. But I'm looking forward to see the administration talking about a specific plan to address the shooting citywide. It really breaks my heart that 6 people got shot, and we haven't heard the administration on any way or form. We have to talk about the violence. So with that being said, my vote is yes on item 37. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez.
So
Councilwoman Mims?
before I vote, I'm gonna put it back on the record as a recommendation. Even though this item is before us, I just don't really see the sustainability of the dollars. So I think that we should do a strategic plan with the UEZ areas connected to the hotspot locations to ensure that we are effective, efficient, and we're doing what we need to do for the entire city. Now that it's added, I think it's great, but we could talk about overtime. You're right. Just in this budget alone, we had $6.5 million for the police budget. We could talk about that's true, but that still does not mean don't put more officers. If there's money to put officers, put the officers, right? I'm not gonna say don't put them because you're getting overtime. Put those officers all over the city, especially in those areas where people are getting shot and killed, and our kids are in schools. We have kids in school, we have situations going on in the community, and if we would have voted on this item without that, we would have truly have done a disservice to the entire population that we consider one Paterson. I believe in a better Paterson. I'm gonna stand on that. I believe in a better Paterson, where we advocate for the betterment of all of our residents, especially when we know. If we're asleep and we don't know about it, that's one thing, but I am wide awake. It's Black History Month. Black and brown people are getting killed and shot, and there is no way I would have supported this item in the affirmative if these posts were not added. They are added here on the document. I'm voting based on what's here and that has been done. With that being stated, I'm happy to support because you need, and I do know the South Paterson area, I frequent there, so I do agree that you need support. You need resources over there. But we have to make sure we have resources everywhere. So I support everybody. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So I don't want to say a lot, but I just want to say quickly that the committee, as the Councilman Mendez stated, we challenged the administration to increase from 1.5 to 1.7. Not only that, I just want to mention here that we're going to have cameras on wheel that was purchased with other money of UEC. That's going to be one in each ward, UEC zone. Pole mounting cameras. Cameras are going to be installed at the UEZ zones. Okay, that's part of this this approval today. Also, vehicles from police officers they could go post and post in UEZ zone. So you have police walking presence. You're gonna have cameras, and you're gonna have cameras on wheel also at the UEZ zone. But let me say this, and it's real important. I know the passion of every resident of the city of Paterson when it comes up to quality of life, and when it comes up to crime, and when it comes up to bringing safety to our seniors and our kids. Princess Reed mentioned it about the safeguard, that we need to create some kind of safeguard to our seniors and to our children. So way back, I spoke to the housing director, Irma Gordon, to identify federal funds to create and bring back housing police, okay? That will alleviate the Paterson police for elder calls, okay? They could identify federal money, probably they have it sitting there. They needed to create, and I hope with the new leadership coming in, they create a housing police. And it will be beneficial for all the seniors out there. Now, to the business owners, thank you for coming out. And one of the gentlemen expresses and elaborated about the expensive jewelry that they showcase. But when one of our kids get killed in the kid, we cannot showcase it, and we had to bury them. And there's a lot of murder out there. Once again, we are blessed. And some people saying that this is from our tax money. No, this is funding that the governor assigned to UEZ zones, okay? It's money assigned from the budget of the governor of the state of New Jersey, from the state of New Jersey. Saying that, this document, I got a whole power on it, and I told them in committee, I'm going to be watching those cops, right? Did I tell you? I'm going to be traveling through those places. We want to see, and I'm not saying they're not going to do their job. It's like I'm always pressing everywhere, but it's good that it's here, it's documented. That's why I was back and forth, making sure that my colleague received the updated document that we requested, right, Councilman Mendez?
Yep.
That we requested in committee. My power was, Mike, if you want this, you need to do this. And he have come and put the money and put also the resources on it. Just so announcement, there's more money for UEZ zone, okay? And that's for publication, other things to beautify the UEZ zone and make it more attractive to the residents of Paterson. They could come here and shop. But once again, cops are to serve no matter is a UEZ zone or not. And the response time have to be the most fast and prompt to serve the community. And I understand that we are short of cops, but if the BA, we could justify the overtime because it could be justifiable, right? I hear the radio all the times, back and forth. So saying that, thank you, Madam Council President, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes on this item.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I wanted to pass because I've been hearing a lot about this item and how it's one part of the city, or one part of this area, or this area is getting everything. I'm reading it here. There's 6 posts. This is a $1.7 million investment in public safety for the entire city of Paterson. This comes from UEZ. This is supposed to support the business districts. This is supposed to support the business districts. Just like these business owners that pay taxes, that support the overtime in certain areas, they don't come and cry and say, bring police to these areas. And I hear about South Paterson. They shouldn't be attacked for being successful. It's one of the most vibrant business districts in the state of New Jersey. And if you ignore it and you neglect it, they're going to move across the street into Clifton. We've seen businesses do that. It's a shame that we're looking at an item. This item should have been passed in November. And the only thing it got tied up to now is because of petty politics. This was supposed to be in November. And I'm glad you guys are here to see what you saw. This item was in November, and politics played in a way. And you see the outcomes that are occurring. Council President, Council Paterson. Council President, as stated by my colleague, next to me, Councilwoman Cotton, overtime spending for the police department that doesn't come from a dedicated fund from Trenton is utilized day in and day out, and this entire council supports that budget. People's Park section, 21st Ave, is also another UEZ zone that's going to benefit from this. So I commend the business owners because public safety is going to trickle down into the neighborhoods. And if we neglect areas, once again, a $1.7 million investment for the entire city. Get the facts straight. Not just one section. And this was the same thing that was in months ago. We'll show you the items. So just let facts be facts. $1.7 million for 6 posts in the entire city. No rhetoric, those are facts. I'm pointing to them. I'm pointing to them because I represent that area. No, I've been quiet this entire meeting. So
please, no back and forth.
This is a $1.7 million investment in public safety for the entire city. And I'm going to be passionate because this is for the entire city of Paterson. And enough is enough when we play politics. So once again, a 1.7, I'm glad to support this. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you again. A $1.7 million investment in public safety for the entire city of Paterson, and hopefully it trickles down into our neighborhoods. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, member of the public, this item, we discuss it at the committee, then at the workshop. Then it comes to regular meeting for voting. So I have no idea what's going on. Every meeting, why you gotta stress it and repeat same thing over and over. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I believe this item, tonight is the right time to be addressed. This item came in November with $1.5 or $1.6 million. We added more money, we added more areas to be covered, so which is a great thing. Okay, I don't know where some of the community members got the impression of this council body, we are not moving forward with this resolution. If somebody told you, which is completely misinformation.
That's right.
Misinformation, and I think tonight is the right time to move with this item. My vote is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences.
Madam Clerk.
Item number 37 is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'll take item number 33 next.
Item number 33. Yes, item number 33 is a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of community activist Kaysar Hussein Eklas. It's sponsored by Councilman MD Farid Udin. It's a City Council Resolution 23:082.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Woodin, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 33, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 33 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman, she's not there. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
So thank you. I will take just 30 seconds. I know we are heading late. First of all, thank you, family, for being here. And it's my honor to sponsor this resolution to honor the life and legacy of Kaysar Hussein Eklas. He was known to all of us, and he was always there with the community for any issue. We lost him. We pray for his departed soul, that may Allah grant him Jannatul Firdaus. It is presented to you, to the family, and we'll remember him forever. Anything we did especially in Megali community, any issue comes, he was there, always there to fix the issues. We never can forget his contribution to the community to his family in extension. And I thank my council colleagues, those who voted already and supported this resolution. And with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank Councilman Woodin for bringing forward this resolution. This is a very well-deserved resolution. He's been a member of our community for decades and well-respected elder in Bangladeshi community.
Yep.
And my vote is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Can we go?
Thank you. I'll take item number 35 now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 35 is a resolution commemorating the 179th anniversary of Dominican independence and designating February 27th as Dominican Independence Day within the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, Councilman Alex Mendez, and Councilwoman Maritza Davila, co-sponsored by the remaining council members. It's a City Council Resolution 23084.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Woodin. Roll call on item number 35, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 35 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're celebrating the 179th anniversary of the Dominican independence. Paterson is the third largest city in the state of New Jersey, but also the city with the most Dominican, also not only in the state of New Jersey, but in the United States, one of the cities where we have most of the Dominican community. And Paterson, it's just the diversity is what makes us great. Let's continue working together. Let's continue supporting each other as one community, because that's what we are. We have to move our city forward. We have to work together, and let's celebrate our culture together. So with that being said, I'm looking forward to celebrate with Tres Golpes, Mangú, y La Bandera. So God bless you. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udin.
My vote is yes, and I'm excited to celebrate 179th anniversary of Dominican Independence Day. And congratulations to all the Dominican people living in the city of Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman Udin. Councilman Mims.
To my fellow brothers and sisters of your great community, I always commend the education scholarliness of your children, because when we go to the schools, we're at the graduations, they are always valedictorian and the salutatorian. So I commend you for all the great work and everything that you do in our community. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Yes, she voted.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Wait a minute, what are we doing? Oh,
Independence.
Dominican independence. Well, you know what?
It's
I celebrate them all.
Yeah, exactly.
I celebrate them all. Viva Dominicano. I celebrate them all. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
I asked what item, and I asked what item. Councilman Udin gave me the wrong information. You see what happened?
That's what you memorized today.
I still love them. It's Valentine's Day. Let's keep spreading love around. Viva Dominicano. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez?
Oh, so February in Dominican Republic is the whole entire month of celebration independence of Dominican independence. If you go to Dominican Republic, they still celebrate the whole entire month. We only go to celebrate one day. This is Independence Dominican Day. I know that my friend over there is trying to rush me, but that's okay. But just to clear the record, Lawrence, Massachusetts has more Dominican than the Bronx, New York City. Bronx, New York City is the second one in the state of New Jersey. Paterson is the one that have more Dominicans. So I'm proud that I represent the Fifth Ward. I represent everyone. Please do not say that I just represent only Dominicans, but I'm proud to defend la ñ de español. So congratulations to the Dominican community and the 179th anniversary of the Dominican independence in Dominican Republic, also in Paterson. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilwoman?
Councilwoman Cotton?
For today.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. What number we on?
Number 35.
Oh, okay, okay. In celebration of Dominican independence, for designated, oh, it's February 27th, I remember that. We do it every year here, here at the City Council, in celebration of Independence Day. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, the item Councilwoman Mims just voted, I don't know, let's take item number 29.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Item
Item
num-
29.
Item number 29.
Then we'll do
is
item
a
number
resi-
32.
I'm sorry?
29, then we'll do item 32.
Okay. So item number 29 is a resolution designating the week of March 25th to March 31st, 2023 as Bangladeshi Heritage Week. It's sponsored by Councilman MD Farid Uddin. It's a City Council Resolution 23078.
Second.
So move.
So move two. Two move, 2 second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Woodin, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Khan. Item number 29, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 29 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Of course, to the Bangladeshi community, our brothers, and sisters in that community. The second ward has a large Bangladesh population, but they're moving over to the 6th ward. I see it day by day, more and more. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, in celebration of the Bangladesh, it's only for 1 week, that's it.
It's March 25th to
I
March
know,
31st.
I know, but anyhow, I know you got a lot of activities planned. I'll be looking forward to coming over there to the 2nd ward, for all the activities. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely, it's a great honor for me to support this resolution. One more time, that Paterson is a beautiful city because our diversity. The Bangladeshi community has been growing and growing and growing. Now not only in the 2nd ward, but in the 1st ward. I have some members of the Bangladeshi community in the 3rd ward as well. So, and all this community do is to work hard and provide a good education for their children. Family value is on the top of the priority for the Bangladeshi community, and I'm very proud to support you all. I've always been a friend of you all, and I enjoy the food, I enjoy everything, and spending good time with them. So with that being said, my vote is yes, and I'm looking forward to celebrate.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah, so I gave a great speech already. But I love you. I want to thank you for always. You have always supported me from 2013, 18, even in conversations, coming to your stores. I can talk about some stories about sitting, having some meetings there, and you've always, and I know this is probably another item, so Al is probably going to say something about this, but I have to include Ms. Hussein and your dad and all the elders in their wisdom. Many times I've sat in meetings and the elders gave their wisdom and their advice, and then they prayed their blessings. I will never forget any of that, and your dad will never be forgotten. But thank you for always doing what you do, always giving us some amazing food, your wonderful culture, your wonderful garments. I can't wait to get a dress. I keep saying I'm gonna get a garment and wear it so I can try to dance like them. I tried one day, it didn't work out well, so I gotta practice. But thank you so much for all you do. I definitely support this item, and I support your community. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
So thank you, my community, for just waiting to hear from all my council colleagues, and I'm so honored and blessed the opportunity to sponsor this, to designate the last week of March as a Bangladesh Heritage Week. And as Councilwoman Cotton says, why just 1 week? Of course, in the future, we'll extend to a month to celebrate Bangladesh Heritage Month. So we all know this, the Paterson is a tapestry of diversity, and Bengali community is an integral part of this tapestry. State's largest Bengali population live in this city. Country's second largest Bangladeshi community live in this city. And our contribution, Bangladeshi people's contribution in this city is no way less than any other communities. I feel it is time to honor and commemorate the contribution and achievement of the Bangladeshi community. I thank my council colleagues for supporting this. If you ask me why did I pick the last week of March, because March 26th, we celebrate our Independence Day that we gained in 1971. So thank you everyone for supporting this. Thank you my community for coming out with this, and I'm excited to celebrate first ever in the history of Paterson's Bangladesh Heritage Week. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez?
In a note that I want to say, do you recall in Atlantic City? Yeah. All the driver was Bangladesh, so we had to exit the population of it more. But I have a relation with the Bangladesh community from way before being a councilman, so they know who I am, and I know who are they. One thing I gotta say is I respect your community, I respect your principles, your legacy, but the most, your belief. So congratulations, celebrate, and I always say this to every community that's celebrating week. The most thing that we could do to represent as our community celebration is the way that we conduct ourselves in celebration, because that will send a positive message to the world that we know how to celebrate. Congratulations, Bangladesh.
Your vote. Your vote, Councilman.
Oh, I was waiting for a clap. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have many holidays throughout the year. We do celebrate our holidays, I believe, 365 a day. When we walk in the house, we see our kids, our wives, in traditional dresses, traditional food. That's a celebration. And I want to invite everyone on upcoming Monday night. We'll be, not to my house, we'll be celebrating International Mother Language Day at Westside Park Monument. We have a permanent monument there at midnight. No, 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is at midnight.
And this year it's not going to be cold.
So I'm inviting everyone to join us.
What's the date, Council? What
Monday.
date is it?
Monday night.
The
Monday
20th.
night on the 20th. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Let's take item 32 now, Madam Clerk.
Item number 32 is a resolution requesting that workshop sessions of the Municipal Council be televised. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilman MD Farid Udin, and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 23:081.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 32, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 32 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
No.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilwoman Mims?
So Patterson, we're voting on this item to allow all workshops to be public. After the close of the vote and after,
It is public, the workshops to be televised.
Councilman,
Councilman,
she has the floor.
I have the floor.
Council.
No, but
Okay,
you don't have to
Councilman Mims, go
overtalk
ahead.
me.
I'll change my vote and I'll rebuttal.
Councilman Mims.
So,
Mims.
like was stated, this item is to allow our workshops, sessions to be televised before the public. We have some serious concerns going on, not just in other towns, but in this community. When we're leaving the building, I'm grateful we have officers that are here with us when we're in the chambers, and they walk us to our car. But when we leave from this building and going home driving, there's no one that's following us. When we're walking into our home, there's no protection there. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in this chambers, and I know sometimes people may say, well, I don't want to vote, yes, because the meetings are drawn out because they argue all the time. That is not, that's something different. That's called the decorum and setting and doing all that. That's a different situation. But in our workshops, there's a lot of critical stuff that goes on, and a lot of misinformation is going out to the community. And if we don't have the opportunity where people hear what we're saying in workshops, then it belabors the point in regular meetings. So that's why it takes so long, because now people are trying to tell the public what happened in workshops. If it was publicized, we wouldn't have to say it twice, because people would hear it. But because things are being told in the community that are not true, or saying people said stuff, or they attacked people and they did not do that, I think workshops should be public. Whether it passes or fails, I'm gonna stand on it. And if it fails tonight, I'm gonna bring it back. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez?
You know, when it comes up to a decision like this, we never televise the workshop. We started televising the workshop through Zoom, because there was a governor mandated order because the COVID-19 situation.
That's why we did it.
Okay? So, soon as we went back to normal, the chambers and this buildings have been open every time we have meeting. We are following the rules of publishing when the meetings are available in the city of Paterson, so people comes to the meeting if they want to. To take a matter of fact, I wish nothing will be televised. Because at least if somebody gonna keep me, they don't know what time I'm coming out of here, right?
They
Right?
watching us, they waiting.
No, but you know, if the concern, if the concern is that, you know, listen, I had to praise the officers. They are here every night. Their campaign, they don't leave the city unless the last person leaves the city. Now, to the residents of Paterson, this is the question I will ask to the residents of Paterson. Will you stand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours and we still haven't even complete the agenda tonight? That's my question. Now, the quorum starts with TV on or TV off. It's still, we need to conduct ourselves. I think this item will not save us taxpayer money. We need to balance $18 million a deficit that's coming in front of us, and this will put more burden to the city of Paterson tax coffers. So my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Regarding this resolution, there have been a lot of statements made for last couple of months. My colleague some of the colleagues telling that I'm the one who's blocking, not televising workshop. In the history of City of Paterson, workshop never got televised. Only reason it was televised during COVID, because the public couldn't come to the meeting.
Yes, sir. Yep.
We have the workshop. Everybody could come to the workshop and listen to the discussion that we're having. We are being transparent. The question about transparency come in as well. We are being, that's the law. We are being transparent. Workshop meeting, everybody welcome to come, but it was never been televised in City of Paterson. Only special meeting and regular meeting has been televised. But statement have been made that the council president is blocking it. That's a misinformation as usual. And the same person, same council member spreading every meeting. Not only that one, everything come out of his mouth is contradictory. And he left. Thank you for reminding me, Councilwoman Mims.
Council has spoken.
Thank you. My vote is no on this item. And my vote is no on item 32.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 3 yeses, 4 noes, 2 absences. Item number 32 has failed.
We gotta do second reading first.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do second reading, item 1, 2, and 4.
Yes,
Madam Clerk?
Mr. President.
Wait a minute.
Council President,
I'll ask. I don't
Wait a
know.
minute.
Make sure you leave.
Okay, Madam Clerk, before
for the
we
last.
do 1, 2, 3, why is item number 3 has been removed?
Councilman Velez sent an email to the traffic engineer, Hong Cho Yu, and asked that it be removed until further notice.
Councilman Hangcha doesn't remove the item.
he does not. That,
Okay. 1 second, Councilman.
Hold on,
we,
hold on.
that is not how it works.
I have the microphone.
me-
Can I get the explanation?
Please,
Let's
please,
listen, let's listen.
Wait, other one.
that is not how it
Councilmember,
works.
please,
How you
please.
gonna do one street
let me-
one way,
let
other
me-
one?
Councilman Velez, he might have some information or something.
Yeah, what happened is that this item's supposed to
No,
be
I'm going- no,
removed.
let me go to the bathroom first.
Go to the bathroom and come back. This item's supposed to be removed from the workshop. The problem was there was a lot of commotion on the workshop that I oversee it.
What's the reason for
No, but
removal?
what's the reason?
Because this is the item of,
That's the one for the commercial loading.
okay, not the commercial
No,
loading
no.
zone.
No, it's number 3.
The street, the
Camden.
One way.
Cannon
Barstool.
Street. What happened is that the fire department, remember, Council President? Remember that we set the rules that every street that's gonna be one way is gonna be vetted through fire and police. Fire came back with a report saying that it's not recommended to do those change. So, hold on, please, let me finish. So Hong Chow went out back again to the field and analyzed the whole entire area. So he's coming back with another setting, and I believe he was gonna talk to Councilman, you Councilman, I don't know if Hong Chow called you, but he's supposed to call you because the pattern for the whole area, from Levine all the way up, is gonna be changed in a different pattern. So the reason he wants to remove it is because it's coming another setting.
Council President.
I'm next. So I'm
Councilman
confused.
Mendez.
If a council person has put in a recommendation or request, the traffic engineer has made recommendations.
To remove it.
No, we made recommendations on this to be done. We have come before the council, we've been in workshop, we're at second reading, we have voted this through. How do you go to another council person and say, take it off? You can't do that. That goes against parliamentary rules. You can't just say, we're removing because he said, because that means this item goes all the way back to first reading. If we take it off, and I'm not done, this item is connected to the community charter school, so I know you're watching. This is one of the streets.
No, that's not the one.
No, he's on the other side.
That's not the one, Councilwoman. By St. Joseph
Oh,
Hospital.
okay, you can remove it, okay.
Yes,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not saying
Councilman,
remove it,
that's
I'm
it.
just saying I thought it was.
Let's do item number 1, Madam Clerk.
yes.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 1 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's ordinance designating Morris Street between Barber Street and Grant Street as a one-way street northbound.
So
So
move.
move, I'm the
It's
mover.
Public Works Ordinance number 23009.
So
Move
moved by Councilwoman Mims.
and Mendes.
Moved by
Only
Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez, Councilman Velez, Councilman Woodin. A roll call on item number 1.
He didn't even say nothing.
No, hold on 1 second. Public hearing is now open.
See, no move to
So you
close.
wanna move to close?
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Before my vote, once again, I would like to take this time to thank all the parents to show up.
We're closing the public.
But
Let
yes,
him
to
speak.
close, but before closing, I just wanna, that's my only comment on this item. I wanna thank the parents for showing up at the meeting and being advocating for the children. The power is in the people. When something is wrong, speak up and we're here to listen to you and make the necessary action to change that. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So, community charter, the parents that reached out to me some months ago, thank you so much. This item came forward because a kid was almost hit by a car. So I'm grateful that this is being put in place so that we can change the traffic pattern so that it could be a safer area. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 1 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes and yes.
Councilman Velez?
Safety first. My vote is yes.
Coun- Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Item number 2.
Item number 2 is a second reading ordinance designating Barber Street between Spruce Street and Morris Street as a one-way street eastbound. Is Public Works Ordinance 2301.
So
Second.
moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. On item number
hearing is
2.
required.
Public hearing.
Public hearing is now open.
See no
Anyone,
one move to close.
anyone wish to speak on item number 2,
Second.
please come forward.
See no one.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you. Second item, to bring safety into the area. Parent, stay together, the powers and the people. Speak up when you see something that is not right, and we're here to hear you and fix and get it done. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes to close.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The vote is
Mr.
yes.
President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 2 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
I think the left side of the council's having way too much fun over there. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Councilman Abdelaziz, you got the empty nester going on on the side of the floor. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Ruby, come back. He feels lonely over there. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I mentioned that in the workshop. This should have been done before they open up those schools.
That's right.
You know, even though it's late, but we are glad to do it. But the traffic study should have been done before they open any door in that area of those entities. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Item number 4 is an ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on East 23rd Street between 2nd Ave and 3rd Avenue. It's Public Works Ordinance 2301.
So move. I'll leave it for Mendez. Yeah, he does his work.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 4.
See no one move to close.
Second.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 4 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Roll call on item number 4 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I personally, analyzed and went through this area. We're not taking any parking space to the general public, from the general public with this loading zone. We have to be mindful that parking is very limited, So this does not gonna take any additional space from the general public. It's right on the middle of the loading dock, so I'm okay with this, and my vote is yes on this ordinance, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Mendez told me leaving first, so okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Let's do the consent agenda now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Council President. So the consent agenda, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 13 through 28. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the consent agenda, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Director, DPW is here. Number 26 and 27 is the ordinance, the ordinance title, ordinance designating Morris Street to expedite it. So,
Yes.
please,
That's why we have to take the
yeah.
second reading item first. Go ahead.
that's the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to remind him that it's here. So make sure that those
He
streets
knows.
are changed right away. Put it on the record. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we'll take item number 30 now, then we'll take the gentleman, whatever order you guys decide.
30.
Let's take item number 30, yes.
Item number 30 is a resolution honoring Janet McDaniel for years of service and volunteer work in the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilman Ala Abdelaziz and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by Council President Shane Kalik, Councilman Luis Velez, and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. It's a City Council Resolution 23079.
Second.
Second.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 30.
Roll call on item number 30 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So Janet McDaniel has dedicated her life, or many years of her life at the Passaic County Board of Social Services, helping out not just Paterson residents, but also Passaic County residents day in and day out. And of course, everyone knows her for her great volunteer work in the city of Paterson. I don't think there's anyone in this city that has been part of more commissions, boards, or whatnot in this city. And I wish her best of luck in her retirement, but I know she's not going to retire for advocating for the city of Paterson. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council President, was I a move on that item?
Item number 30 from
He
Ms.
moved it.
You can put me and Al. You can put.
Can you
Madam
add
Clerk.
Councilwoman Cotton as a...
Councilman, is the resolution honoring Janet McDaniel?
No, I understand that. I want to be a move with.
She want to move it with Al. Can
Oh,
add
you want to
her?
move, okay.
Yes, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council President. I just want to say, Janet McDaniel has been in this city for a long, long time. She has done so many good things, so many outstanding activities that she's been with. She started a new family foundation where they did the Kwanzaa, which I thought was excellent. She served many, many years at the Social Service Board. Congratulations on your retirement. Enjoy it. And just enjoy it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
I call her Mama McDaniel for all the great work she does in our community. Thank you for your service. I call her Mama McDaniel. Thank you for all the work you do in our community. Thank you for your words of wisdom and all your support over the years. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Years of service, not only with the Board of Social Service, also with the community, and also she gave us a great son, McDaniel as a councilman once. So, great job. Hopefully, other people could follow her steps too, because she gave a lot. And she always humble, real humble person, her family, entire family. So, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Second ward residents, and she's a community person, definitely. She's been doing community service all her life, and congratulations on her retirement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Let's do item number 5, then we'll do the habitat items, and
Yes, Ms.
Number what?
number 5, please.
Item number 5 is a first reading ordinance. It requires no public hearing. It's ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 381 entitled Rent Leveling. It's a Health and Human Services ordinance.
So moved.
So moved.
Move.
Second.
Second, sorry, second, okay.
Health
Moved
and
by
Human,
Councilman Mims and Councilman Mendez, and second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Cotton.
thank you.
And Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to our Health and Human Service Director, Joel Ramirez, we've been working on this since you got there. And we've been trying to get it done, and we've been trying to get it done. We're finally is getting it done. You know, one thing we got to remember is that we depend on legal to make sure the wording is right in the ordinance, to make sure the wording is right that we need to get done. There's not a day that do not go past that I have to send a constituent of mine to the rent leveling lady, Jalelle. Every day someone calls me what landlords are trying to do, what they're trying to evict people with a letter from a lawyer. And I said, if you don't get anything from a judge, you do not move. It got to be from a court, not from a lawyer, not from the landlord writing a letter, but from a judge. So, Joelle, to my council colleagues, Councilwoman Mims, who's the vice chair, I'm happy to see this getting done, finally. It's been a while for me, but I'm happy that it's getting done. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The rent leveling board, it's a board that needs to be active, and I know most of the council members, we all submit our, the names of the commissioners that all be, functioning on this board. I think that it is very important that they show up on those meetings, because the community, we need this board to be active, the rent is a legitimate problem in our community. I know the Director of Health and Human Services is gonna be on top of this board, and we're gonna be working collectively to find solutions to those problems that are affecting our community, especially in this area, in terms of, helping people regulate rent in the city of Paterson. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, I do commend the great work of the Health and Human Services Committee who meets. So I have to commend the great work of our committee and meetings. So I'm looking forward to this coming to second reading and passing. I am praying that we have all names from all of our council members. There will be an 11-member board, 9 selected by the council and 2 by our mayor, that those names are submitted. And by the time this is finally approved, that we will be able to move forward. And my recommendation is to make sure, as we select people, that we have that conversation with them, that they need to come to the meetings. It's not enough to reinstate a board that needs, where there are great needs in a particular area, and our people don't show up. And I know I probably will miss the discussion on the tree trimming and the assessment that was done, so I will watch it. But to the viewing public, I am leaving the meeting. My daughter is having her destination wedding this weekend, and I will be flying out of the country. And so I need to go and pack and get myself prepared for early morning flight. I love you so much. God bless you. So if you see my chair empty, just say she's on vacation. Madam Clerk, Secretary, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, my vote is yes. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think it's very important and crucial to revitalize this rent leveling board to hear and address the concern of the tenants. And again, my council colleagues mentioned about the issues that before we experienced, the lacking or absence of the commissioners that were appointed. So I believe that this time we can have the commissioners, those are committed to make sure they attend the meetings, have quorum to address and solve the issues. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Let me be clear here, something. Landlord and tenants, we here for you, landlord and tenants. Okay? But this amendment was to address the commissioners. Look at the body of this amendment. They added fees to the landlord. They amended and they added fee to the landlords and other things to the landlords. I understand that we also, whoever director I respect, but also it looks like anybody's Social Security, whatever, 2.5 increase yearly is the only one that allow. But there's the page number 3, Councilman, I know this is the first reading, but look at it because there's some new fees to landlord. There should be a fee of $30 for the registration of any multiple dwelling that contain 2 and 3 units. That's a new fee that goes to the landlord. For now, because we was going to address the board, they didn't tell us that they was going to address and add fees, new fees. And not only that, is also add. They got the recommendation of director of stipend for the commissioners, but you never spoke about the $3,000 that a secretary appointed by the board is going to get. $3,000. Okay? So no. So you understand what I'm saying? And on top of that, they went over and did not tell us that landlord, Councilman Mendez, landlords are getting a new fee. So are we here? And once again, we're here with the tenants. We understand. No. It's a yearly registration. Okay? So you imagine 27,000 properties that we have in the city of Paterson. Landlords needs to come with a new fee. So, Madam BA, and this is for to the administration, and we spoke to this, Council President, we spoke about it in committee. Please, anything that had to be with fees need to be vetted through committee. If it don't pass through committee, I don't want to see it here, because we're not going to go after anybody out there and say, oh, the council approved a new fee. That's what they're going to say. The council approved a new fee to the landlords. Then we hear, if I'm not reading right, see, everybody mentioned a comment about commissioners. Okay, we addressed the commissioners, they're here for that. But when I'm reading the document, I'm looking deep. There is new fees in this ordinance, and it's in the first reading, so we have the time. Matter of fact, in the second meeting, I'm gonna amend to remove those fees. You want to address, you want to address the board.
Let him finish, please, Councilman.
I know, but look at this. We say we're gonna address the board, the lettering board, to make sure that they work, and they work for the tenants, and also to be sure that they represent the tenants and the landlord. But when you put a document that they included new fees on it, and they don't tell us, Because
Well,
that's another
Councilman,
thing.
you was there, you was in the workshop, I guess.
Correct.
It's our duty to read
Correct.
the ordinance and.
Correct.
and
My
go
vote
through
is
it.
no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council President,
Now I got an amendment. When you finish voting, Council President, I want to do an amendment on this document. Yes, because it's misleading this council. We was talking about putting in order the border rent levy, and that's what we were talking about, and putting stipend to them to assist to the meeting. We didn't did an ordinance to
Director?
increase or to.
Director Ramirez, it's my turn to vote before I vote. Is L has been added, the fees and dwelling is it added from previous ordinance?
This amendment, the numerous amendments have been in the works before I became director.
So-
The fees were included because other cities like Jersey City do charge a fee to keep up with being able to fund an office of rent leveling. There are costs to sending out notices and letters and a number of things, and right now, that office is not self-sufficient. It relies on the taxpayers of the city completely. Jersey City has a fee for registration, and we added that. The council can remove it if you'd like. I'm not opposed to that, but it was added in order to help fund the cost of operating a functional rent leveling board and office.
27,000 times 30.
It's not,
Plus-
there's a $10 and $30 are for the larger buildings.
I know, like, say average $20. 27,000 property by $20. Do we need that amount of money to
Well, with
run
$18
that
million
office? Only
shortfall?
expense I see is $3,000 for the secretary, and $75 for per meeting. We're probably gonna have, what, 10 meeting a year? It doesn't add up to me. I think we need to look at the number. That's one thing. And another thing, I have on page 2, I have mentioned that in the workshop as well. The council, we are appointing 9 board members and 5 tenants, 4 landlords, or whatever the case is. I repeatedly asked it should be specified by each ward and council member at large. What happens if 7 of us appoint a tenant? All I'm saying, what happens if we do? If I don't know what category I'm appointing?
They're gonna tell you to choose.
We need a clarification on that either. That's what I've been asking.
Council President.
Do your vote and let's go to discussion for amend this, because I want to amend this today.
We have to amend it before the vote.
Yes.
So-
Get called.
so
Yes,
can we
Councilman
amend
Velez,
it?
before the rubber.
Madam
Parliamentarian,
Clerk?
point of order.
Madam Clerk?
Council
Yes,
President is voting.
Madam Clerk?
We're in the middle of
Yes,
vote.
Mr.
We're in the
President.
middle of voting.
Yeah. My vote is no.
Oh, thank you.
Council President,
Wait, she
So
has to call.
the votes are 6 yeses, 1 no,
2.
5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. Item number 5 is
2
approved
noes.
for the public hearing and,
You have 2
I'm
noes.
sorry?
There's 2
Who had a
noes.
no?
there's 2 no.
To no and
I say no.
It passed.
It passed, yeah,
Should've-
4-2.
The
I
amendment.
should have come back to you then.
So I want to do the amendment.
Yeah, you
Council
do.
President, I want to do an amendment, please.
To take the language out.
So before I announce the votes, please.
Can we, Corporation Council or Madam Clerk, can you clarify when do we do the amendments? Before you call the vote, or
Yes.
Corporation Council?
Thank you, Council President. The council can amend it at any point in time.
Anytime.
The only question would then become if it's a substantial amendment, and it sounds like there are substantial amendments contemplated, then it would have to, again, be re-advertised and resubmitted and go through the process, so.
It's not,
No.
it's
can
not
you-
substantial. You're just striking that
One,
language.
yeah.
It's not substantial.
Yeah, it's striking that number I only. I.
Item L,
Well, respectfully,
sorry.
Council President, if I may,
yes.
Al.
just briefly, it appears that, and I don't want to presuppose what the amendments would be, One, you're dropping fees from it, which can be deemed as substantial. In addition, you're also changing the character and the nature of the appointments, from just a generic appointment to
We-
what council is
We-
allowed to
we
appoint.
we haven't agreed on that part.
So if, I'm just saying, I don't want to presuppose what the amendments are, but if those are the amendments, then they would likely be deemed substantial.
So, Council President, because she haven't announced, I want to make the amendment and we vote again. I want to make the amendment to remove, line L of fees that are in this ordinance, okay? For it could go clean to the second reading.
Council
So-
President, may I make a suggestion?
Yes,
Since Madam Clerk has not called the vote yet, if members want to change their vote and not pass this, and then re-workshop this with the clean,
we
Amendment.
That might be one
we don't need
Sure.
to.
Council President,
Yes.
since I was one of the council members that support this, because I understand that we have to move forward, I definitely will take my vote. I'll remove my vote in support to be able to do the amendment and take those fees out. To definitely, it's a legitimate concern to move to the second reading without the fees. And I know moving forward, we're gonna be able to have the discussion and add the right, number on this. I'm not saying that this is the right number. I just got a question for the director. Director, those fees, you took Justice City as an example to add those fees on the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, so.
Council
Council
President,
President, hold on. You took Jersey City to do those numbers. The revenue that Jersey City has is not the revenue Paterson have right now.
That's correct.
So every time that they say we could have taken the money of Jersey City, I love it, or Newark, but the revenue that they generate is not that Paterson generates
wait,
at
while,
all.
Council President,
One at a time, please, one at a time.
point
We
of
have some
order.
gentlemen.
There is an
waiting.
amendment on the floor with no second.
I
and we-
second the amendment to
I
remove the
did, I did
fees.
second.
Okay.
Roll call on the amendment.
Put the amendment, I
I did,
second.
yeah, he
And I
amended.
Roll
second.
call on item number 5 for amendment. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, I guess I'm the only council person that's calling you every day with a tenant problem and a building. I mean, and they're thinking that we're gonna get a lot of money for these fees, which we don't have 27,000 rental units, or we don't have it, like, we don't have it, I don't know why.
We
but
got more.
No, but I'm the one that says to that lady, and she goes out to buildings, she goes out, she gets out of her office, she goes out to help tenants, to help them do, contact the landlord. She's the one doing all of that work. Contact the landlord, telling landlords you cannot raise somebody's rent 25%, you cannot do that. She's the one sending all the letters out.
She done,
We ain't got nobody else to do it. She's the only one doing it. So I'm saying no, I'm not changing it, because I know what my girl does over there across the street, because I send her somebody every single day. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. So
No, it
before my vote on the,
no, it don't fail.
No.
She voting, it don't fail. It's
No.
have 2-5.
no,
votes.
majority, so the majority will decide if it fail or not. So I'm definitely in support of this amendment, taking the section L out, taking the fees out. If we look at it, each multiple dwelling unit will pay $10, and 2 to 4 family house, $30. And I'm not saying that it's something wrong when we compare the city of Paterson with just the city of Newark, because Newark is the largest city, the first largest one, and Jersey City is the second largest city in the state of New Jersey. So Paterson has only 2 other cities to compare, which is Newark and Jersey City. I'm not saying that the fees are wrong, but I think that in order for us to start on the right track with this, let's move the fees, and we're gonna have future discussion, and then we could add or make a decision in the future. So my vote is yes for the amendment to take line L out of the legislation, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So, I just want to, call to inquiry Corporation Council. With us making the amendment, will it still stay on task to move forward for second reading?
Council President, may I? Yes. Thank you, Dr. Minch, for that question. I'll be in a better position to provide an answer once we see what the vote is and what amendments are being made, and whether or not it requires it is a substantial amendment.
Well, the reason why I'm calling it to inquiry is because if this item is pulled and we have to wait again, that means the rent leveling board still is pushed back, and we still have to, because what's happening now, we're moving our first reading on tonight, and I'm okay with removing line L. I have no issues with removing that. I just want to make sure with the amendment on the floor to remove it, that we can move forward to second reading, and then we can vote.
I believe so.
As long as we're okay with
We have
that.
done it before.
Okay, I just want Corporation Counsel to give his legal opinion, and I don't want to vote until that is rendered.
Council President, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Mintz, as I stated previously, if this is the only amendment, it likely will not be considered a substantial amendment. But I will wait and see until the council votes and this ordinance moves forward on its basic terms.
Thank you. So based on the rendering of the legal opinion, that with this being the only item presented on the floor to make the amendment to remove section L, I'm in agreement. My vote is yes, so that we can move forward, so that we can put a rent leveling board in place for the city. My
Thank
vote
you,
is
Dr.
yes.
Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Looking at the deep document that I have here, look, it's not saying, and we got to turn it here, they could talk about that later. Multiple dwellings. Okay, no, Councilman, look, multiple dwelling.
No, I got
A two-family house,
It costs
listen,
$30
a two-family
a year.
house
Okay,
is not saying
$30 a
family,
year.
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, here's the floor.
Like,
Here's
it's
the
not
floor.
like $30 a
Councilwoman.
month, it's
Coun-
$30 a year.
Councilwoman, here's the floor.
That's all it is.
But add it up.
Councilwoman, here's the floor.
Only one property, I'm talking about, the fifth floor is a renter.
Right.
Right? Look at this. One property that had 150 apartments is gonna pay $10, each of them $10, $1,500 a year, right? $1,500. Now, here it's not saying that is one family, two family, it's a multi-dwelling. Let me tell you, hold on, multi-dwelling. A two-family house,
2 to 4.
no, it says here, look, two-family, Council President, two-family house could have one apartment in the first floor and two apartment legally in the second floor. Here it says contain 2 or 4 units. 2 or 4 units, you got it? You know what I'm saying? You involving a two-family house, if they are registered with 2 apartments in the second floor, registered legally, they got 3 units. Now they're gonna be paying, homeowners gonna be paying $30
A year.
a year.
A year.
You put in a fee, extra fee. And now, and the other thing, multi-dwelling contain. They're not saying one family, two family, they say multi-dwelling. Multi-dwelling nowadays in Paterson, a one-family house, I seen an apartment legally, one-family house converted in two-family house. One family house.
Councilman.
They put 2 units. So now they're gonna be $10 for a unit. So, Councilwoman Kine, I think that, and I respect you voted no. Once again, we are voting yes to remove the fee portion, because let me say something. Into more service in the city of Paterson don't get improved, we should not put the burden to the homeowners of the city of Paterson. And let me tell you something, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, let me tell you.
Councilwoman, here's the, here's the floor. Please let him.
So, Council President,
Please let him.
you know, I caught this in the ordinance.
Just vote.
We understand that tenants go to struggles, but I could recall that the President of the United States gave a relief every month of $600
Who's that? I didn't
to
get
catch up for their rents.
it. I didn't get it.
And now they say they don't have the money to pay their rents. You know how many landlords, single landlord, I'm not talking about the multi-dwelling, they have cases too. Single landlord, 1 or 2 families struggling to pay their mortgage because you got people pending a day. Oh, I don't still got the court date. And they not paying rent. And those landlords have to pay for the mortgage and taxes, and the administration is not gonna give them a relief, and now you're gonna put another fee to those landlords? No matter it's low or up or whatever. For me, those fee is not acceptable, especially, the city needs to balance $18 million, but not in the backs of the small people that the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Actually, I want to thank Councilman Velez for for getting my attention on that
Correct.
letter L. Because we opening up another door of worms, meaning we need to hire people to build them. And it seems like, the amount of units that we have in Paterson, we'll be collecting probably close to $700,000-800,000 a year.
How much?
And $700,000 to $800,000 a year. The amount of units that we have in city of Paterson. So we need to send out the bills. Somebody gotta collect them. They gotta issue a permit. That's another whole department we're trying to open up. At the same time, if you look at day-to-day operation on the board or to have a board meeting, I don't see it exceeding the expense of more than $20,000. The commissioner fees and the secretary fees. I think our director is very intelligent. He could find money somewhere to fund the rent leveling board and the secretary and the department. And my vote is yes to
amend.
yes. That's letter L.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. Item number 5 is hereby amended to delete the line L with the fees from the ordinance.
Thank you. Next item.
Council President?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mary.
Yes, sir.
So the item was amended, now it needs to be voted upon.
Now it needs to be voted for
for
approval.
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
somebody, can you read it into the record?
Sure. Item number 5 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 381 entitled Rent Leveling. It's a Health and Human Services ordinance.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 5 with the amendment.
Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know what? We need this rent leveling board going. God knows. I guess I'm the only one that's getting the calls. I'm the only one that's hearing the tenants out there. I guess I'm the only one that got to send this girl out to houses and buildings, to send letters to landlords, to people got to come in and see her because they getting this paperwork from lawyers, talking about they got to be evicted. They put eviction notice on people's door, just made up. They just type up any little thing. And the people get so scared. Well, who they supposed to talk to? His department only got the one girl in there. That's all you have. It's one person in there to do all of this. So now we got, and we need this board. I don't like that we're gonna eliminate, and it's not like how you come up with 800,000 that, I wish we could come up with 800,000 that we could make of that. I don't see how we can come up with 800,000, but it is what it is. We need this rent leveling board because they're gonna have to be making decisions when landlords come to them on hardship, that they're gonna come to them, instead of them raising the rent 5%, this board might have to grant them 20%. We don't know what's gonna happen, but we need this board going because there's so much stuff going on in this city, and I can tell you right now, landlords are gonna come for hardship. They are gonna come because people are not paying, but to have this one girl do all this work, I guess I'm in the office too much. I come to City Hall every day. I go visit all departments. I go to Health and Human Services. I go to community. I go everywhere just to see what they're doing. And I guess I'm the only one getting phone calls from tenants that's having problems with landlords. But we need this board. I'm against the fees being removed, but I need this board. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely, let's continue with this legislation on the floor. We definitely want to see this board functioning. As I mentioned before, every time we have this type of legislation, we try to look what other cities like North Jersey cities are doing, but at the same time, we have to be mindful that the condition of our city. So let's start with this, and I know we're gonna revisit this legislation, and we're gonna add and subtract other part to make it perfect. You're never gonna see a perfect legislation. There's always room for improvement, And with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I know the corporate counsel will investigate for me. It's something I asked before the next meeting, but just a great news for the residents of Paterson. Not all the properties in the city of Paterson have to go to that board. It's not required to go to that board, okay? So if you see new construction and you want to complain, not all the properties are going to be looking to this board. So a lot of people say, no, now we got a land review. I'm going to take this such landlord to the board. If they do not fall into the law of rent levying board, you make sure that you get a good lawyer to go to the landlord and tenant court. Because let me keep this clear. This landlord and tenants law. Just make sure if you don't know how to do discoveries and law, talk to an attorney.
We have a lot of items left.
Because it's a landlord and tenant court. The law applies for both sides. So, Council President, are we voting for this item?
Yes, with the amendment, yes.
Okay.
Please.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want all the taxpayers to understand, and Director, Madam Councilwoman Cotton, we have 24,000 plus residential houses in City of Paterson, taxable properties in City of Paterson. If we charge them $30, I'm not talking about the big building, $30 each, that's 720,000. We need about 20,000 to run this board a year. I know we could find this somewhere. Then we're gonna create another, like I said before, another department to collect their money. We have to hire a couple of people, fire a couple of people. It's gonna become a mess. This rent levying board without the fee should be working fine. And we are looking out for taxpayer. At the same time, we have other fees coming up. We discussed in the finance meeting, DPW, fire, from Health and Human Services as well. We cannot go at the residents of Paterson at the same time with all these fees. Director, my vote is yes with the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 5 is approved for public hearing and second reading at the regular meeting of February 28 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Habitat for Humanity Development Projects, which are the items?
No, we got two
That's
attorney
item
waiting.
36.
Item 36, that's it? Item 36, Madam Clerk?
And 41, the gentleman is waiting for it, the attorney here.
Let's do 36, then we'll do 41.
I'm sorry, 36 and 38.
36 and 38. Let's do 36, then we'll do 38.
Item number 36 is a resolution to amend resolution number 21:309, resolution number 20-575, and resolution number 21:343, authorizing revisions to the location approved for the Habitat for Humanity development projects located in the 4th Ward of Paterson, New Jersey. It's Community Development Resolution 23:085.
So move.
Move it, it's in the 4th Ward.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. We had a discussion on the workshop.
Very
and
sensitive discussion.
Yes, yes.
Very.
And we should just vote on it. Item number 36, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 36 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that I am looking forward to, they did Governor 5, they did Hamilton 7, now we're doing Harrison 8.
Yes.
And then all this development is in the 4th Ward. And I say to people, please, 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 you have to fill out these applications down at Paterson Habitat. I have been partnershiping with Paterson Habitat since I began as a councilwoman. They helped me with my crime prevention through environmental design. Now they're helping me with the neighborhood revitalization tax credits that we're trying to get through the state of New Jersey. and people don't understand the amount of work that, just to get grants, just to get money. So I'm happy that, the city's doing this, community development. We need this badly, and it's gonna be gorgeous over there on Harrison Street, between Carroll Street and Rosa Parks Boulevard. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, we definitely have a very sensitive discussion at the Economic Development Committee. Habitat for Humanity has been a great partner in the city of Paterson. Oh my God, I'm so hungry, Council President.
It's almost midnight, Councilman.
I got my lunch at 1 o'clock. I haven't eaten anything. Anyway, that being said, before my vote, I definitely feel satisfied with this item number 36. So we have all the discussion at the committee meeting, and we should move forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
The only thing, Mendez and I cannot get refund for the dinner that we pay in advance. We cannot eat it, though.
I don't think I'm gonna have a refund, Councilman.
No refund. At least I put the flowers before getting home.
Oh,
So, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The
Hey, Jen-
votes are 5 yeses,
Joan.
4 absences. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Item number 38, please.
Item number 38 is a resolution to release the deed reversion rights established by the City of Paterson for 142-144, 144-146, 148-150, and 152 Governor Street, Block 3603, formerly Block D0521, lots 9, 10, 11, 11.01, 11.02, 11.03, and 12, formerly lots 6, 7, 8, 9, Paterson, New Jersey. The properties is Economic Development Resolution 23087.
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 38.
Roll call on item number 38 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, these are properties that were back in 2008 and 2009, when the city had the mortgage crisis problem. These homes were supposed to be built. Some of them were not built, and this has helped to get the deed restriction lifted from there. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Also, item number 38, it was very debated at the Economic Development Committee meeting. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
We deeply discuss it because after they being constructed and everything, they go to the market price. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Item number 39, then item number 40.
Item.
No, let's do 41 first.
Is anybody here for 41?
Yeah, 41, yeah, the gentleman. He already got gray hair sitting there.
He could wait.
Let's
Which
let's
item?
do item number 41.
Yeah.
I don't even know who told them to.
Item number 41
Be
is
here.
resolution addressing
His
the
uncle,
person-to-person
he's a good guy.
transfer of a junkyard license to Mark Chan, trading as Grand Saddle Scrap and Metal Inc. at 222-240 Presidential Boulevard, from Vipul Bhutani, trading as US1 Scrap and Metal Inc. It's Finance Resolution 23090.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Cotton.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 41.
Roll call on item number 41 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, okay, for 41, I don't either, you know what, I don't know why,
Right.
you two gentlemen had to be here, I don't understand it, but we don't have our, junkyard, licensee guy here, so I don't know why they had to show up. Do you know, Corporation Counsel?
Council President, Mayor?
Yeah, why did it have to come?
Well, we haven't voted, so let's vote.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, what
Yeah,
happened?
I don't even know who told them to come, but
I don't
anyway,
know
let's
either.
vote.
No, never mind. I know. Okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. You know, I had a junkyard guy. He just died.
And if,
And we took him, we had a lot of problems. I mean, not a lot of problems, but we had a lot of situations, and people don't realize the stressfulness that people put on each other.
thank you.
And he died, and he's only 51. And he was a junkyard
That's right. He
owner.
died fast.
That's sad to me because we took him through some changes that I didn't think was necessary. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
He did
Thank
die.
you. The gentleman has been waiting patiently with his
sure
red
has.
tie. At least we're not the only one here celebrating Valentine's Day and working. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I'm happy for him. A client, I'm not happy. He's gonna build this hours. This hours are gonna be built since he's sitting there. But my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
At least he's on the clock, so he's getting paid. My,
He didn't wanna
my,
rush it.
my vote is yes. And with this item, if we have any issue, we would have called you in the workshop to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. Have a good night, sir.
So the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Gianfranco. Item number 39,
John,
39 and 40.
is Gianfranco here?
Yeah.
Item
We
number
don't,
30.
we don't say him every.
Item number 39 is a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to Flanagan's Contracting Group, Inc. for the removal of contaminated soils in the quarry lawn and Riverwalk project area. Bid number 21.12, Economic Development Resolution 23088.
So move, roll call.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by
Roll
Councilman
call.
Mendez.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 39.
Roll call on item number 39 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
I can't understand, Franco, why you standing there?
That's why I'm asking.
I don't know,
Well,
like, why?
well, council member, let me,
Okay.
also let me clarify something.
What?
Let me, council members, when we have workshop,
Right.
Yeah.
the definition of consent is that everybody agree with the item.
Correct.
So it should be on the consent.
I don't know why you
Disagreement
standing there.
means somebody gonna vote no or somebody gonna vote yes, it should go on the non-consent
I don't know
agenda.
why we put it up
But at
there.
the same time, when we come to the regular meeting, I see almost 100%, I said 99.9% of the items are being fully supported by the council. And I don't know why some of the council members put them as a non-consent agenda. For example, Director Rodriguez is here. I bet you every and each item that he has on the agenda, everybody gonna vote yes,
Yeah, I
full
know.
support.
Yeah.
So all of them should be under consent.
And the
So
people
we
who-
should,
you know
when
why?
we have a workshop discussion,
The
we
people who,
should think about it.
no, the people
To
who wanted
prove
it
which
regular-
item on the
They're not
consent
here.
and
people
who
who-
The
item
people
on
that remove it,
non-consent
they're not
agenda.
here.
And
They
they're
left.
not here.
I'm sorry to speak on the
Okay.
roll call.
Okay.
My apology, but I had to put it out there.
I
Yeah,
know.
correct.
Madam, Councilwoman
Cotton.
Cotton.
Yep,
Vote.
Your vote.
She said yes
Oh.
already.
She did? Okay.
Yes.
I did.
Okay.
No, I didn't say
Councilman
yes.
Mendez?
Yeah, my vote
Thank
is
you.
yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to see Gianfranco here until late night. He doesn't come to this council every,
We'll look out for him.
With that being said, my vote is yes. Good to see you.
Councilman Udine.
It's definitely yes. Thank you for waiting that long.
Councilman Velez.
I mentioned this in the council, in the workshop.
Yep.
Now he's gonna be 5 hours overtime. 5 hours times his salary, how much is it? For something that was already discussed. And Madam BA, I mentioned it to you. If we don't need him and it was discussed, why to come? I know I like to see him, but I could see him in his office during
They
the
don't get paid overtime, Councilman. Don't worry about it.
They're not here free.
No, Billy make too much money already. He's not.
All right, please,
My-
please, let's go.
My vote is yes. And hopefully this is get done, the weather permitted, right away. Thank you.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 39 is hereby adopted. Item number 40.
Yes.
Item number 40 is a resolution authorizing a change order to GEI Consultants for LSRP professional services for monitoring the removal of contaminated soils in the Quarry Lawn and Riverwalk project area. It's Economic Development Resolution
So moved.
23089.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez.
We just did.
Roll call on item number 40.
Roll call on item number 40 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Yes. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Gianfranco. Let's continue and finish the non-consent agenda, item 42. 42 is one item in between, Director. Almost most of the night, we usually, you are the first one to be heard.
Can we take it all together?
No?
Which one?
We taking 42?
Madam Clerk, item 42?
Item number 42 is a resolution authorizing tax collector to recall third-party tax lien and purge erroneous billed taxes on Lot 1 in Block 4403, AKA 120-130 Broadway, owned by Passaic County Community College Foundation, PCCF. Its finance resolution 23091.
So move.
Second.
Close your ear.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 42.
Can I ask you a quick question before you go for voting? Why does it
Yes.
say conflict, Corporation Counsel?
Because Councilwoman Davila couldn't vote on this. She had a conflict.
Got it.
Because
Okay.
she worked for Passaic County
And
College.
she, right now,
Got it.
she's
All right.
home.
That's
Right
right.
now, she's home.
Oh, you
She's
thought it
covering
was
her
you?
ears.
You thought it was you?
Hey,
No,
okay.
Council.
look,
Okay.
she's covering her
Roll call,
ears.
Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 42 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
I got the feeling that nobody wants to leave this council tonight. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
So because Councilwoman Davila recused, she works there, she covering her ears at home, she don't want to hear the vote. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Item number 43 is resolution authorizing the award of contract to Environmental Renewal LLC for the disposal of vegetative waste, bid number 23.07 for the recycling division of the Department of Public Works, Resolution 23092.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Means and Councilman Mendez.
Roll call.
Roll call on,
Scott.
Councilman Cotton. Roll call on item number 43.
Roll call on item number 43 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Item number 44.
Item number 44 is resolution authorizing award of contract to Continental Hardware, Inc. under Morris County Cooperative Pricing for the purchase of lumber, insulation, and hardware for the Department of Public Works.
So move.
Public Works Resolution 23093.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 44, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 44 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton,
Item number 44.
Councilman Mendez,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a very extensive discussion also at the DPW committee meeting with the director, and I'm very pleased to see you here celebrating Valentine's night with us. My vote is yes.
thank you, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam
the
Clerk.
votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Item 45.
Item number 45 is resolution authorizing the award of contract to Magic Touch Construction Company, Inc. for general and emergency plumbing repairs and installation services, bid number 23.04 for the Department of Public Works.
So move.
Public Works Resolution 23094.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 45.
Roll call on item number 45 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. This item also was very discussed at the DPW committee, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
No, hold on. Why this thing went too big? It's $125,000. No, it's not emergency. It's supposed to go to not a quote. And in the back here, I'm looking at the document that you did evaluation.
Yeah, it went too big, Council President.
Oh, it
My-
went? Oh, but I don't see that page, who bid it. I don't see that page, that's why.
So,
Oh, yeah, okay. I
There
got
was
it.
Two company bid it.
three
No, I
companies
got it,
participated on the
I
bid.
got it.
Yeah.
It was stuck with the other one.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
It was
the
stuck
votes
with
are
it.
5 yeses, 4 absences.
Era.
Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
I don't-
Item number 46.
Yes.
Item number 46 is resolution authorizing award of contract to Rich Tree Service, Inc. for tree trimming, pruning, and removal services for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 23095.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 46.
Roll call on item number 46 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Director. Remember, I still need the list for the stump removals.
Yes, after the vote, I'll
Okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to remind you of the petition Councilwoman Min said, the evaluation of all the good trees that we have that we don't need, that we need to remove, please, as soon as possible, committee. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Council President, before the director leave, this is what we spoke in the workshop. We put everything in the consent. Now, some of the councilmen say, no, I want it regular, and they not here.
It's not only that, Councilman. Consent meaning all of us agree with the item.
That's right.
Like I said, 98% of the item we agree with. Agree, but we still put it on non-consent and have director here till 1 o'clock in the
I
morning.
believe it was just a mix-up. The only one from that night that was supposed to go to consent was Rich Tree Service, but it was all right if anybody had any questions.
No, when we discuss it, we started keep putting those
Just one
items.
thing about the tree service, we will have the list this week. I know, she wanted it sooner before this meeting, but I don't still want to give a list. We're gonna have addresses and,
Right.
and what we did. I want to have dates, everything from the contractor and from us in-house. So
Right.
you'll have it this week.
Thank you, Director. Madam Clerk, first reading ordinances, we have some public works item here. Can we do item 6 and 7 together, repealing handicap signs?
Yes.
Yes.
And then we'll do establishing handicap sign 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 together.
Okay. So
I think we
item
could
num-
do all the repealing together.
Together,
and all
yes,
that.
that's item 6 and 7.
Yes.
So item number 6, the first one is a first reading ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. It's Public Works Ordinance 194 Fourth Avenue, 14 James Street, 272 Governor Street, 209 Lily Street, 459 East 30th Street, 72 Rosa Parks Boulevard, 55 Jasper Street, 212 Caldwell Avenue, and 182 Carbon Street. For item number 7, it's a first reading ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. It's a public work ordinance. It's 203 4th Avenue, 20 Buffalo Avenue, 93 Butler Street, 95 Carbon Street, 129 Carbon Street, 329 East 16th Street, 972 East 19th Street, 713 East 27th Street, 108 Highland Street, 110 North 4th Street, 490 Park Avenue, and 89 Ryerson Avenue.
Can I have a motion for item 6 and...
Second.
Moved by Councilman Ballas, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on first reading, item number 6 and 7, please.
Roll call on items number 6 and 7 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And let me make this quick comment because I have a text the other day from one of my constituents concern about all the handicap parking space that we have in the city of Paterson. And my answer was that we cannot, just block people from applying for a handicap. But my recommendation to the community at large is that if you see a handicap that is not being used improperly, if you see that, if you know that the person moved, or if there's something going on with a handicap, please reach out to us, let us know, and we will make sure that that area get back to the general public. We will make sure that the handicap space will be removed from there. And as you see, we're repealing multiple handicap locations here. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
You know, Councilman Mendez said it right. We repealing it, right? So, but please, if you know you're not handicapped and the person was deceased or whatever, don't run and get a permit for handicap. People, your neighbors knows you, and they know you ride bikes, they know that you ride motorcycles, they know that you go to the gym, they know everything. Your neighbors, something crazy. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Items number 6 and 7 are hereby approved. Public hearing and second reading will be at the regular meeting of February 28, 2023.
Let's take item 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 together.
Wow. You hurry up.
9, 10.
That's good.
Hey, Sheila.
Item number 8 is a first reading ordinance, no public hearing required. It's ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations and city roads. 39 Albion Avenue, 82 Carlisle Avenue, 342 Ellison Street, 773 East 19th Street, 120 East 21st Street, 1010 East 23rd, 728 East 26th Street, 237 East 27th Street, 918 East 27th Street, and 317 East 22nd Street. Item number 9 is first reading ordinance, no public hearing is required. It's ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. It's public works ordinance, 194 Kearney Street, 284 Linwood Avenue, 204 Lawrence Place, 85 Paterson Avenue, 15 Pearl Street, 178 Sherman Avenue, 77 Wayne Avenue, 184 17th Avenue, 229 Keene Street, 144 Lewis Street, 26 Pennington Street. Item number 10 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 371 East 26th Street, 462 East 31st Street, 412 East 34th Street, 344 15th Avenue, 30 19th Avenue, 72 Dixon Avenue, 171 North 1st Street, 140 North 5th Street, 194 9th Street, 64 East 16th Street, 289 Presidential Boulevard, 175 Redwood Avenue, and 64 Ryerson Avenue. Item number 11 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations and city roads. It's 14 Arlington Avenue, 184 Beach Street, 122 Carlisle Avenue, 98 East 17th Street, 271 East 22nd Street, 1106 East 24th Street, 167 East 23rd Street, 442 East 24th Street, 287 East 27th Street, 386 Ellison Street, 100 North 4th Street, 34 North 6th Street, and 116 North 6th Street. Item number 12 is also a first reading ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations and city roads, 316 Hamilton Street, 40 Goshen Street, 168 Kearney Street, 182 Jasper Street, 265 Marion Street, 33 May Street, 202 Park Avenue, 12 Rose Street, 41 Riley Avenue, and 87 Summer Street.
Can I have a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second
Second.
by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Udine. Roll call on first reading ordinance item number 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on items number 8 through 12. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Items number 8 through 12 are hereby approved. Public hearing and second reading will be at the regular meeting of February 28, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have only 2 items left.
Yes, sir.
Item number 31 and item number 34. Let's take item number 31 first.
Item number 31 is a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Mildred F. Brown, a city employee for 35 years. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims. It's City Council Resolution 23080.
Move it.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Udine and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 31.
Roll call on item number 31 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the family of Mildred Brown, she was city employee for over 35 years in the Department of Health and Human Services, and she was also my church member, church sister with me at New Amy Zion Church, and she's going to be dearly missed. So I just want to say to the family, you have my deepest condolences, but Mildred worked for the city for 35 years. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine.
My vote is
Councilman
yes.
Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Let's take the last item, I believe, item number 34.
Item number 34 is resolution reappointing Reverend Michael McDuffie as a commissioner of the Paterson Housing Authority. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's City Council Resolution 23083.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 34,
Roll
Madam
call
Clerk.
on item number 34 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just going to say to the community that I have reappointed Reverend Michael McDuffie back to the Board of Housing Authority. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Ray McDuffie, congratulations. You're always out there, and I always listen to your preachers over the Facebook, and always mention me every time I log in. But every time he say Luis Valdez, my name is Luis Velez. But that's okay. We got the same love. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman
Second.
Cotton, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the regular meeting of tonight, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, February 14, 2023. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to make the, announce to the Business Administrator, Kathleen Long, and Corporation Counsel about 204, 208 Harrison Street. I need that stuff picked up. I'm not sure what's going on. My understanding is that the piece of equipment is there, but something is going on. I don't know what it is, but if the owner of the property cannot remove it, I'm requesting that the city of Paterson remove it, because it needs to be picked up. I also just want to say to Corporation Counsel and to the BA, I'm getting several, no, more than several. I'm requesting that people are being bullied, people are being harassed, people are getting scared. And I'm requesting that if they call the police department, I'm insisting that they talk to them to see what's going on. I have no idea what it could be, but I'm getting too many calls. I'm getting calls, and they're coming into City Hall to say about harassing in areas that they're living in. And they're not all in the Fourth Ward, and that's why I say to people, all my calls are not coming from the Fourth Ward, they're coming from all over the city. I sit in here, and I hear the secretaries on the phone trying to talk to constituents, trying to guide them to the right department. So that's another request I need, that people, something is going on. I'm not sure what it is, but families are getting harassed, and families are being threatened by other members in the community. So I'm just requesting that the police department, please, if they get the calls, they need to talk to these people to see what's going on. Also, I just want to say to the Mac Brown family, his funeral was Sunday. He has been a member probably of New Amy Zion Church for probably about 50-something years. But I want to give my condolences to Gail, his wife, and to his 3 sons. He's going to truly be missed. He's was an employee of Nabisco, Kraft Food, and Fairlawn for at least 40-something years that he was there. Also, I look at this like, I got another call of Reverend Brown, who has a food pantry on 6th Avenue off of River Street. He has passed. I just want to give my condolences to his wife, and to, he's a member of Agape Church with Reverend Kuykendorf. But I find that what I find now is that something is happening with people being very stressful, and they're having, I don't know, but I just want to say, we have to pray for each other, because, and I want to say one more last thing. I go to the school meeting, or I talk to parents, and when I hear parents right now saying to me that they rather have their child go get a GED and not graduate high school because they're so afraid of their kids going to school. Something is wrong. When you let your child, because they're being bullied, something is wrong. And I'm not sure what's happening, but something is seriously wrong. And with that being said, I just want to say, if you're not doing anything on Sunday at the Else American Temple, number 258 American Lodge, we're having a fundraiser for Aries of a Lion Heart Foundation. What they have done now is this little young lady has had 4 heart surgeries. She's not 3 years old yet. Now they have adopted another family who the child was born with a bad heart. So gentlemen, council members, anyone out there in the community, please support Aries of a Heart Foundation this Sunday at American Temple, number 258 American Lodge at the Else at 272 Ellison Street. Also, I would like for everyone there, I see that I am still boggled with what happened today by School 21. Community. You can't keep shielding your people, because one of these days it could be you, it could be your kids, it could be anybody walking up and down the street. With that being said, Madam Clerk, and everyone have a happy Valentine's Day. I hope everyone got everything they wanted. I don't know what it would be, but I was never a big holiday person anyhow, but I just want to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. My corporation counsel, Amen Abushi, my BA, Kathleen Long, my CFO, Javier, my council president, I know Shahiq Ali, my third ward councilman, Alice Mendez, my councilman at large, Forden Newton, and of course, my fifth ward councilman, Alex Action Mendez. Louis Action Velez. And of course, to my Madam Clerk,
She saved me.
Jackie Murray, happy Valentine's Day, and of course, our Secretary Joan, happy Valentine's Day. To you all out there, happy Valentine's Day. God bless you all. Be safe, be safe, be safe. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
Wow, this is the best example of love, dedicating Valentine's Day to our constituent, to the city of Paterson, being here doing city business, but it's been a great night. We make a lot of progress tonight, and I know nobody's watching, everybody's celebrating Valentine's, but we're here. Happy Valentine's, Corporation Council. Where's my candy, Madam VA, Silva, Madam Clerk, Ms. John, happy Valentine's. And God bless you, Paterson. Let's continue praying for our city. And as I mentioned in the beginning during our public portion, we got to fight hard to bring Paterson back to being a safe city, a safe and a clean city. There's a lot of work to be done. My vote is yes, ma'am. Good night, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Udin?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One thing just want to state at the end that all the agendas tonight and every single meetings are important. And what happened is you, the people of the city of Paterson, can notice that who are the people that really care and stay until the end of the meeting. That's important. Because what happened is most of the cases we see when people are here to entertain individual council members, right after this, some people just leave the meetings. What about the other agendas on the list that are not important for the city of Paterson? I'm just leaving it on you guys. So with that being said, I care about and we care about all the agendas here in every single council meeting, and that's why I stay until the end of the meeting. And that should be. And if it's emergency, it's a different story, but almost every meeting, some council members are leaving. That's not right to me. But again, it's not Valentine's Day anymore. It's past already. All right, so thank you, everyone. Stay healthy and happy. And thank you, police officer. My council colleague, Councilman Cotton, thanks everyone, but forgot to thank you. So thank you, everyone, and thanks the officer sitting back there.
Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
I want to make a resolution. Anytime that Valentine's Day falls into Tuesday, we move the meeting for Wednesday.
Okay, sir.
Yes, please, because, right? If they move it for election and all that stuff, for Valentine, we want to enjoy Valentine, so, God bless you all. It was a great meeting tonight, but Councilman Udine said it right. I just have to excuse my colleague, Lesserman. She did mention that she was going to leave early since last week because of wedding engagement that she had. So I could excuse her on behalf. But last but not least, my love and our love goes to Councilwoman Davila, that she's still watching at home. She's watching. She said no Netflix thing today, so this was better than episodes every day. I think they're going to rebroadcast this meeting. What time, Madam BA? Tomorrow? When? In the morning? Yeah. Okay. So just in case you miss any announcement from Rubicon, you can see it tomorrow morning. Thank you. Good night. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, I forgot something. Council President, all the members of the council, Sunday the 19th, we have the Syria and Turkish relief at Eastside High School. Please.
Yes.
Post it in your Facebook, spread it out there. We want to be part of this relief. We have done it for other countries. Let's do it for them. They always been there for us when we need it. So please, Eastside High School, from 8 in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, bring those items that you see posted on Facebook on that Sunday, the 19th. And let's do it with the heart. So my vote is yes. God bless you all.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Get well soon, Councilwoman Davila. I know you are watching. We miss you in this council. Hopefully you'll be back next week. And also I want to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. I think I see a lot of love in this city council tonight. You know, hopefully it continue. And we'll continue to be productive as well. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Regular meeting of February 14, 2023 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson. Thank you.